Please, God, I beg of you, as your humble servant, please kill Hatsune Miku! Alright, this is my project. Declan doesn't know what I'm doing yet, but I am going to be modeling Hatsune Miku from scratch. In Fusion, because I don't know Blender. So first I gotta build a skeleton. Oh, and I'm here with Finn. We're hanging out. He's building Minecraft stuff. Say hi, Finn. Finn? Oh, shoot. I think I muted you instead of the stream. Hold up. No, wait, yeah, no, the stream is up. Yeah, there we go. Hello?
Oh my god. What is this doofus doing?
I'm very good at this. Alright. Declan's gonna receive a fucking 3-hour video, isn't he? Aren't they? How do I mute your stream?
Huh?
Mute soundboard, enable video.
You right click on my stream and it's called... Oh, actually, there, I turned it off.
Oh, that works, I guess.
Now you can't hear it.
Alright. So, step 1, we're gonna get a nice sketch. I don't know how tall... You know what? First, let me look up the canon height of Hatsune Miku.
Blood does not know how to draw women.
What? No, I need her heights for proportions.
Am I wrong, though?
She's 5'2". Yeah, that tracks, honestly. Alright, we're gonna just make a... Yeah, she's short as heck. I don't know here. Wait. Finn's going over here so you can hear him better, because I'm doing stupid shit. Anyway, I'm just gonna zoom way out. And we're gonna go 5 feet 2 inches. No. Okay, well, 5 feet 2 inches not acceptable apparently. So we're actually gonna do
It's not too short.
62 inches. That's 5'2", right? Yeah. And then we don't really care about the rest of this, so I'm just gonna make it around that much. Finish the sketch. Now we have Hatsune Miku's height, and actually I am going to unfinish that sketch. And grab a dimension line. Oh, there's already one there. Just doesn't
Wait,
show
you're doing
up.
this in Fusion?
Yeah, I don't know any other modeling software.
Dude, learn Blender.
I don't have Blender. Blender costs money. I get this for free.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Wait, it's free?
Blender is free.
Alright, well, I don't have time for that. This project is due tonight. Oh, this is being recorded as of the 30th, by the way. I don't even know how I'm going to be able to send this over Discord.
Wait, he finishes this in 3 hours.
Nah, bro, I got this. Trust. Cousin, give me an extension and my life is yours. Alright, step 1, skeleton. Now this should be pretty easy. All we're going to need to do is make a bunch of bones. And bones don't have to be hard because you're never going to see them ever again. Now, Declan, as part of this project, I am going to send you a fully jointed, fully rendered model of Hatsune Miku. Drawn, or created by me. Will it be good? That is another story. Anyway, just because we need to build from the ground up, we're going to start with feet. So, I'm going to make a little box. How long are feet? Probably like a foot. That tracks, right? I think that's about right. How big are my feet? Where's my tape measure? I got a Pokemon card here. The exact dimensions of Pokemon cards are 2.5 inches by 4 inches.
Do not measure your feet with Pokemon cards, please.
It's the McDonald's special hollow foil that I got. It looks like my feet are about 4 inches by 15 inches. Now, Miku's shorter than me, so I'm going to go 12 by 3.
You can just do height to feet size ratio, probably.
Is there a height to feet size ratio? I'm not good at art. That's the reason I'm not drawing. Anyway. We're going to just make a second one of those rectangles. Now keep in mind these are all bones, so this won't be shown later. And then about how far apart do your feet in neutral stance? This won't matter because eventually they're going to be undimensioned. So we're going to finish sketch. And we're going to just extrude these probably like 2... Probably not 2, probably 1.5 inches. Now, we're going to make this into a body 1, create component, and we're going to call you right foot, creep, freaking caps lock, right foot. And now, the special thing about the right foot is we're going to ground it, so that way it'll never move ever again, and we'll have a solid base to build the rest of our Miku chapel on. Alright. Up next, and then we gotta grab the other half of this sketch. And we're just gonna, oh, whoops. Sketch 2, clickety-clackety. Just going to turn that one on. And then we're also going to do up to 1.5. New component. And then after a bit of loading time, we're going to set this on as left foot. Now, cool thing is, left foot, we can move that around. Right foot, you can probably hear me clicking and grabbing. I cannot move around the right foot. So, that means that we can, and I could probably anchor the left foot too, but I don't want to do that yet. Now, I'm just going to get a basic set of bones in here. 2 for legs, hip, bit, spine, and or ribs. 2 for arms, each arm, neck, and of course, la cabeza. Is skull feminine? Who cares? Anyway. First up, we're going to start with the leg bones. Now, we need to fill in this entire rectangle with height. Now I'm looking at it, these feet probably need to be a little further apart. But that's a deal that we can make later, because this is going to be fully opposable. It's part of the model. Now we're going to make a circle, probably around, probably 2 inches thick. I'd say bones probably look about 2 inches thick. And then we're going to extrude her up like... Looking at the front of this, your legs take up about yay much of your body, about half. So let's go half of a half. Let's go about 15 inches for legs. Actually, make sure to set the new component. Let's go 18 inches. Let's go 18 inches. Alright, and that's going to be lower leg bit. I think it's technically called your calf, but I do not care. Now, I probably want some joints in here, but that might also just complicate the model. Plus, I can make actual joints super easily. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control C, Control V. Fusion. I said Control C, Control V. Alright, anyway, I'm going to right-click on this. Copy. Control V. Capture position. And bada boom! 2 leg. Alright, we're already like a third of the way to at least a frame of Miku. Now the hard part, of course, is going to be her dress. And I have seen Miku like twice. Dress? I'd say it's a dress. It's a skirt and a shirt. That's not a dress. That's a skirt and shirt. That's the Miku face reveal. I don't think that's quite how that works, honestly. You know what? Whatever. Is OBS still recording? OBS is still recording. So how's my volume? My volume's fine. Is it still fine? Is it still fine? Is it still fine? Is it still fine? It's still fine. Alright, cool. Declan's gonna love getting a 3-hour YouTube link at 1 in the morning. I can just feel it. Especially because I have an important interview tomorrow. How's it going with you, Finn? What are you up to? Oh, I was gonna say, I just see you frozen on your inventory like he's picking blocks or some shit. Anyway, your legs joined your feet. Not quite at the back, but probably like closer to like here-ish maybe. So I think, let's just double check proportions on that real quick. Yeah, I'd say it looks about right. Maybe a little shorter, honestly. I think. We edit this to be 15, as originally planned. Because we're going to need a second bit. Yeah, that looks way better. 1-to-1 ratio. Then we'll make her legs 30 inches long. 30 inches is around 3 feet. She's 5'2". We might need to make her legs a little shorter. Then again, her legs are quite long in most of these images. You know what? I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway. Joint. Huh. Isn't that odd? Why are you not real? Hello? You're a component. Why can't I joint to you? Oh, I guess the pin was messing with it. Anyway. Now we gotta joint the bottom of this leg to about that point on the foot. Now if I want to get real precise, which I don't, because asymmetry is a good thing in modeling, 3D modeling, I'd go and make a nice rectangle that goes through here. Nah, bro, trust, human modeling is hard, and you gotta get it like a little asymmetrical. So I think I want to go like right about there, honestly. Now we don't want a rigid joint though, so we're gonna get a revolute joint. That is nowhere near what I asked for. Let's go y-axis. Nope. Z. No, Z. X-axis. Cool, but that is not the position I wanted. What the? There we go. Looks like I do have to more or less grab an exact position, but that's alright. Legs go a little bit inwards. So it looks about good for the foot. And I can, of course, come back and edit any dimensions later if I have to. As for motion. Preview motion. What the? Huh. Anyway, I think I am actually going to have to make that nice little bit to hang off of. So, we're going to capture position. Grab here. Grab the... probably about there, honestly. Probably like right there. We're going to do the same here. Make a nice little X. And then, of course, grab the joint tool. Joint that bit there to you know what? It's better. Grab this here. Grab that there. Grab that there. Gonna rotate that. Okay. No, slider. Revolute along the x-axis. You know what? That might just work. Alright, let's see. We're gonna angle it. Is that really the only way I can angle it? That's crazy. But it'll work. Anyway, as for our motion, we're gonna have a minimum. And that minimum is going to be probably like here. How far can I bend my foot back, upward, outwards? Pretty far. I feel like there. That looks good. And then we're going to have a maximum, and that maximum is going to be like probably there-ish. Alright. And now we have a fully constrained Miku joint. Yippee!
Working with mushroom blocks is the worst thing on the planet.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. They're all so weird. On the bright side.
I'm going to tell you about it.
That's it. I'm telling you about it.
On the bright side of what?
On the bright side, like, at least you have a lot of nice colors to work with. You can probably mix in some other colors in there, like maybe like red concrete or something like that, you know. And whatever, take a construction line, pull her up.
Base.
Yeah. What the? Where did this curve come from? Construction line. Click there. Straight up here. Hit cell. And we're going to once again do that. Do this. Cancel. Finish sketch. Alright. I don't quite like the way that angles. I think it needs to be more forward angled. Because you can't really angle that bit until you get to the upper bit of your legs, which I'd probably put in a joint right there. So I think if I edit this, to just have one extra line, like right here, and finish that sketch. That should be good. Then we'll go back to our joint menu, and we'll go select. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. But that is a good reference, because that means I can do a little bit of this. Super easy. Super easy. Soup. Why are you not? Let's project that. Grab the edge of this line here. Just take that as a sample. Click here. Click there. And that should be our foot lines. And then we go back to the joint. Select this one. And instead, select that. Now we need to change the axis, but that's looking a lot better. I think y-axis, not the y-axis. I meant the z-axis. I meant the.
Oh man, get your axis right.
Yeah, real.
I know they're tough. You got this.
Oh,
Something ain't right with this.
I don't think. I think I need to be going up and down with that line. And that should go about where I want it to. So, we're going to construct plane through line tangent to face point, capture position, face point. Not a bad. Let's see. Why would you just do this for the other direction? Yeah, whatever.
Do you think it's the best name for a cat?
For a cat? I don't know.
Yeah, I heard one recently that I think might take the cake.
What do you think?
Minky.
Minky? I like Minky.
No, Minky.
Schminky.
Close. Minky, yes.
Schmonky.
Monkey.
Pin slot. Pin slot. Oh, wait. Oh, ball. Hey, there we are. All right, cool. So I'm just dumb and using the wrong joint type. Either way, though, I still have to program some minimums in. Oh, for pitch, yaw, and roll. That's going to be crazy. All right, first off, let's... Oh, boy. Angle that a bit. All right. Now, if we go in here, we should be able to set a couple of minimums. We have... What the... Which axis is this in? Oh, that's in this axis. Okay. So we have that minimum there. Whoa. Look at that schmancy. Alright, so that's roll. We don't need roll. Can have as much roll as we want. Yaw, on the other hand. Hey, 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 there's yaw. That's what we've been looking for. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! Alright, come back, Maximum. Alright, now... kind of. A lot less pitch. Alright. Oh, that's not the motion I want. Hold up. You are the one I need. Oh, you! I found you. It's right between there. Nice. Now we just got a little bit of wiggle. Just a little bit. Just 10 degrees of wiggle. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I can definitely do that with my foot. Alright. And this axis, which I think this is the swinging back and forth axis. No, this is rotation. Wait, that's rotation. And that is that one. Okay. I'm learning so many new things about jointing today. Make our upper limit that one. Our lower limit like there.
Holy shit.
Alright. Now that should be fully jointed Miku foot. Give or take 1,400 years of evolution. Anyway, we're now going to completely delete all of this and copy paste this because this is hard. Yes. Ignore those warnings. I'm sure they'll be fine.
It in fact was not fine.
Shut up, David Attenborough. Right. Foot 2, Electric Boogaloo. Right, and now that we have that, and the joint broke. Alright, anyway. Back to what we had. What the? Back to what we had. We're now going to take a second joint, and this should be a lot easier now that I actually fucking know what I'm doing. Click there. Click here. This is gonna be a long process. It's gonna be you and me getting better at modeling and fusion together. Right, Finn? Sure. Alright, that's the one we need. So we're gonna grab yoink you. We're gonna need you to go from here to like there. Probably roughly there. Let's check those. Alright, nice. Now I think I have the other one on 85 and 95. So
Frameless glass.
let's do that. How's the house going, Finn?
It's going. I've just recently acquired frameless glass.
Hey, hey, hey. Alright, now Miku's joints aren't symmetrical. However, nuh-uh.
That is a dangerous sentence.
What is that supposed to mean? However.
They're not symmetrical. However.
Now we have full range of locked foot motion. Now, I'm going to try to set these as upright as possible and keep joining them to everything else. Alright, next up is our quadriceps area, which is also known as the concrete ones, your femurs. You got your femurs. No, wait, no, these are the femurs. Wait, what are these things then?
Please tell me you know basic human anatomy.
Used to. No, your upper bones are your femurs, and your lower bones are your tibia. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. Trust. Oh, my phone's about to die. This is bad. I don't want to lose contact with Finn mid-call. Hold up.
It's good, dude. I could probably just leave you to work on that in peace.
Nah, man. You're a crucial part of my creativity process. Source, trust me, bro.
Okay.
Alright, I need to grab a charger from under my desk.
I hope this phone does.
What? I can't hear you. I'm under my desk.
I could leave the call right now and you would never know. This video, I'm gonna leave for a minute. I'll rejoin later to confuse it.
At the cost of my mood lighting. Oh, he's gone. Well, at the cost of my mood lighting, I now have phone. Alright, back to Miku. Anyway, we're going to just take one of these. Control-C, Control-V. Control-C, Control-V. Capture positions. Oh, yeah, welcome back. We're going to extend her up right there. Now, for this bit, we're probably going to want it to be a little shorter, because Miku is a little shorter. And also your tibia, if I'm correct, is... Or, sorry, your femur is shorter than your tibia. I could be wrong. Actually, I think I am wrong. You know what? Actually, I think I'm going to shorten these a little more. We'll put them on 13 inches. Thankfully, that'll fix all of them for me. And then we'll raise this one out. How's it going, Finn?
Something like that.
What does that mean?
It is going.
Why are these parametrically modeled? You know what? I don't need these parametrically modeled. I don't need to deal with that today. So we're going to make a whole new 2-inch circle.
Oh.
15 inches. And, oh, no, I forgot to make a component. Dang it.
What do they mean?
What's the option? Alright, well, we're just going to take body 2 here. Create component from it. And call you femur. That's not how you spell femur. You know what? Good enough. Who cares? Anyway. Your femurs are on a pretty basic pivoting joint with your radii here. So I think I can get away with just doing a joint from the top of these to the bottom of them. And it may look weird now, but trust, it's going to work. It's going to be a revolute joint along the y-axis, and that should work. Now, it's a little weird, but it does function. Now, that means that if I now lock or ground these, yeah. Oh, geez, no, never mind. If I now pin you, then look at that clean movement. Now, of course, Miku's femur is rotated weirdly for some reason, but that's not an issue we can't fix normally. So you'll see here, we have entirely knee-based movement. Alright. And that's a super simple joint, and hopefully a lot of these will be, except for the shoulders. Oh god, I'm going to have to program shoulder movement. You know what? We can figure that out later. Anyway, we're going to just delete this pin here, so now her legs are free moving again. So that way I can fix the rotation of Miku's femurs, because your bones cannot rotate that much. So you know how I said this one wasn't important? I was wrong. I lied. I know. My bad. We're going to only give it like 20 degrees of freedom.
Imagine.
That has completely broken Miku's legs. Kind of. Not really. Because now just this one is on the wrong axis, so we're going to just put it on the z-axis. Sorry, I meant the x-axis. And that should fix it. Yep, there we go. Look at that leg. That's a leg if I've ever seen one. Of an endoskeleton. We'll put Miku on this later. Anyway, Control-C, Control-V. Sorry, my bad. Control-C, Control-V. I'm just going to... Alright. Now we just got to do the same process. First, we got to make sure to remember to fix this joint down here. We'll go to our roll. And we'll turn on our limits. We'll give about 20 degrees of freedom. And that'll lock it in place. So what that does basically is you see how this joint rotates along that edge there. That locks it in place so we can't like spin this left and right too much. But we'll still have like semi leg-like motion. Now obviously, for all you animators out there, this is Not IK rig or SK or RK rig. This is bullshit rig. Anyway, once again, joint 2, click there, click here. And then the other one was the x-axis, so we're just going to assume that one's also the x-axis. Looks like that worked. Let's lock our femur by pinning it. And there we go. Now all I have to do is make sure her legs don't, obliterate themselves. And we're going to do that the same way as the other time. Actually, we're just going to undo those pins entirely by taking these joints and putting limits on them. Now, which way the limits go? Could not tell you. So let's see if Miku's legs bend backwards at the end of this. Now, we don't want a lot of movement here. So we're probably going to go like that, basically. Alright, moment of truth. Did I put Miku's legs on backwards? Yes, I did. Alright, good to know. I'm very good at programming, or coding. So we're going to just swap these. So this is actually going to be 20 degrees. Sorry, negative 20 degrees. This one is going to be 90 degrees. And now Miku's leg should work. Yippee! Actually, I don't even know if that's realistic. I can't even get my leg out that far, actually. So let's actually nerf Miku a bit. We'll lock her at a 5 degree. Like, let's say she's really flexible and can do that with her. No, that's not even realistic, because the kneecap would completely prevent you from doing that. So let's just lock it at a straight. But a straight could look weird. But, you'll have plenty of free movement to just bend her knees. Oh, no. Okay, whatever you wish. That reminds me, today's project is sponsored by me saving my project. So that way it doesn't crash, and then I lose all my progress and jump off a bridge. That is a joke. Big joke. I do not. Anyway, we're going to kill that joint there. And then we're going to do, for motion, we're going to do the same thing. Minimum of 0, maximum of 90, and pin you. Hello? And Miku can now sit down if you pin her joints correctly. Look at her sitting. I'm gonna need to fix that angle, aren't I? You know what? It's not terrible, actually. I think what I need to do is I need to move my feet outwards a bit, because that actually looks about like natural human sitting posture if the hip bones are just a little further apart. So I think what we need to do is take left foot here. Oh, right. You're pinned, so you won't move. Unpin? No. No, again. Why are you not joined together? So that's jointed. Oh, but it's jointed to the sketch, not to the body. Isn't that something interesting? Alright. Back to making Miku have legs. Oh, you know, it'd be really funny, Finn.
What?
What if I just made her legs?
It's definitely something you can do.
You know what? No, I gotta commit. I gotta build all of Miku. Alright, anyway. Issue here, this sketch. This is what everything's connected to. And this ain't gonna cut it. So what we need to do is take a dimension point between these two dots. 2.5 inches. Garbage. Actually, wait, no, that's a constrained sketch. Why is it constrained? Because this sketch geometry is projected. But if you're projected, then that means... I need to do time travel. Excellent. So we're going to go to right before I created the sketch. Right. And we're going to move the foot now. That way, when I create the sketch, it'll be in the future. And do I really need to explain time travel? You know what? You're just going to have to trust me on this one. Boom! The legs are further apart. And in the right positions. Basically, these purple lines are directly referenced off of where this foot is. So if I were to, say, move it back in time before I made the sketch, then it would, you know, be created over here instead of originally where it was over here. Also, I do want to just real quick. Boop. Let me not get that bottom line though, so I said not get the bottom line. Shift click. Boop. Alright. Is everything still functional? Miku has functioning legs. Why is this joint so stiff? Capture. No, I pinned you. I pinned that one. Whoopsies. We need to pin that one. No. Do not isolate. Isolation is bad. Pin. Capture position. Hopefully not crash my computer. Alright, cool. We have successfully given Miku the ability to sit down. Or what will soon to be Miku. Next order of business is getting these legs straight upright, or almost straight upright, so I can build hip bones. Now, the key to that is working in 2 dimensions at a time, so these things don't rotate out of my control. As you can see, when I rotate in 3 dimensions, things get a bit wacky. So we're just going to do that. A little bit of that. Now, I could also just edit these angles right here. Oh, I actually can just edit those angles right there. What if I just do 0? Well, I'll be damned. Ain't that just a clown's biscuit? Or whatever the fuck people say. I don't actually think I've ever heard anyone say that. Finn, what do people say?
About what again?
I don't know.
About
things.
what exactly?
About things, Finn. What do they say?
You're not helping me here.
Yeah, what do they say, you know, about the things?
They usually say words.
Oh, that's a good point. They usually do say that. Alright. Next up, we got Miku's hip bone thingy. Now, I am not modeling a human pelvis. That is going to take me hours. And I have 2 hours. So, we're going to instead do a T-bar. That just goes between her legs. 2.
I'm about right.
Listen, buddy.
Sounds about right for female anatomy.
Yeah, that checks out. Between the area of these 2 circles is 11.1 inches. Alright, cool. So, we're going to extrude this with a new component. 11.1, not 111, 11.1 inches. And now we have Shakira.
Huh?
Because the hips don't lie. Sorry, that was bad.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up. Anyway.
I'm just agreeing with you, man.
No, buddy. You're supposed to say no, Evan. It was a good joke. Trust. We're gonna make more ball joints. Alright, now that we got our fancy ball joints, time to do more limiting. Yay! Everyone's favorite. Alright. This is that. We don't need to set that right now. So we're gonna unset that. This, on the other hand, is that. Now that's important. This is stuff we're gonna need. Actually, no, it's not. I take it back. This is the unimportant one. Roll, on the other hand, is what we should program. What the? Program first. Because roll... Roll depends on our yaw limit, I think. Because if I set it so our yaw limit is like that-ish, then that will always put us at that angle, and then we can now either pitch or yaw. I think the red arrow's yaw. So, yes. No, the red arrow's pitch. Oop. And then now, hey. Alright. You know what I should do? I should just set up the joints first. So that's what we're going to do first. And then the other joint. Both of these are ball joints. Haha! What is with this joint here? Why are you weird? Why can I not move you? Can I hips? I cannot hips. Why can I not hips? Alright, we're going to quickly unlimit this. Because in theory, this should fix itself. Alright, step one. We're going to go to the top face. We're just going to pull it there-ish. And the computer's going to struggle to do a lot of hard math. Okay, grab. We're going to grab this face here, pull her up. And we pulled her up. Grab here, pull it out, rotate around. This goes, no, kind of. I think what I need to do is I need to lock the position of a lot of these joints. I think I need to take this one here, put it at 0 degrees. There we go. 1 degrees. Now we've locked her knees. Now that we've locked her knees, we can, in theory, what the schnitzt? Oh, I didn't actually lock her knees. Joints. Lock motion. Lock motion. Alright. Now her hips are going to be on a pivot. You know what? They're actually not going to be on a pivot. I lied. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That red bit right there, my magic. 0 degrees as well. Alright. Now we have a more or less freestanding Miku frame. There we go. A little slanted, but that's fine. Actually, I think the issue might just be that this is too short. So, fine. 1 degree. Good. You good with that? Cool. So we're going to actually make this 11.2. We're going to over round, swing the hips outwards. And then that should fix the issue of not being able to stand upright. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Beautiful. Now this is still full range of motion. No matter how janky the motion is. Just, you know. Alright, it's spine time. You hear that, Finn? It's spine time. You ready for spine time?
I'm absolutely ready for spine time.
Alright. That's right, it's spine time. Capture positions. 2 inches. How long do you think Miku's spine is?
I don't know. What's the average spine length for someone who's 5? What is it?
5'2". It's probably around 2 feet. I mean, I imagine the spine takes up the most of the rest of her body, other than her head. We got spine time. Finn, I'm gonna go turn on my camera real quick. Does this look about right for proportions to you?
I don't know, man.
Alright, we're just gonna wing it, because I can always edit them as I go. Like, I can short, as you saw with, like, the pelvic thingy here, what's it called? Hips here. It literally does not matter what angle I put things at. Now, there's a middle point here, so we're gonna grab that. Grab that. Now it's spine time, baby! How can I move my spine? I can move left, I can move right, I can move forward, I can move back. But not all at once, and not for my lower spine. Oh, I'm not making a segmented spine. That would be a pain. Then I have to model separate segments of her body as well.
Little does he know, the spine is segmented.
Really?
I know, it's actually crazy.
I know, that is crazy. Alright, anyway, what we're going to do here is just set a resolute joint. Limits between here and there. Flip them. Alright, cool. Now it's spa! Alright, we're going to lock the hips, which, as all artists know, is the most important frame reference. It's spine time. Why? No, it's not spine time. I take it back. Why is it not spine time? Where did the spine go? Okay, it's over here now. Cool. Alright, we're going to go 0 to 180 then.
Is your spine escaping?
My spine may be escaping.
Damn.
Why is my spine now at that ink? What? Shakira. I need to unlock Shakira. Hold up one sec. Why are there errors? Fusion's attempts to create a recovery file failed. Yeah, cool. That looks like a save point to me, actually. That is not the joint I thought it was. Alright, hold up. What axis is Miku's spine revoluting around? That one. Now that's interesting, actually. Because I actually think I want Miku's spine to revolve around a different axis.
These are sentences.
Yeah, it sure is. No, never mind, not that. Alright, I think we need to edit the offset here to, like, be 45 degrees instead of... You know what? I don't think I want that to offset, actually. 130 degrees. There we go. She's standing semi-up right now. She's breaking it down already. Look at that.
I think maybe you should be using, like, a different software for
Counterpoint, no. I don't know how. I'm using Fusion, and I'm loving it for its jank mathematics that hardly works.
Ill issue.
Alright, now we just have a couple joints left. We're going to need the upper T-bar for her shoulders, her neck, head, which I'll probably model separately, because there's not really, like, bones in the head that move. There are bones in the head, obviously, but not ones that move. Actually, I'm thinking her spine looks a little
The jaw.
Fuck the jaw. Forgot about the jaw. Let's just take a couple inches off her spine. There we go. Much better. Alright, we're going to capture position here. We're going to create a 2-inch circle. Now, as hard as this is, the harder part might be making actual clothing for her. I say might because, one, I could just be a lazy little bitch boy and import it. But this is art, and I don't copy people when doing art. I copy people when doing engineering. How wide is her shoulders in comparison to her hips? Thing is, Miku doesn't have to abide by the laws of fucking aerodynamics because she's not real.
Right.
Alright, looks like her shoulders are actually thinner than her hips. So...
Really? No way. Anime woman has bigger hips than shoulder?
Well, Miku's not, like, weirdly proportioned, though. It could just be the skirt. Here, let me double check. That sounds weird. You know what, maybe... Oh, that's a... No, her hips are definitely wider. Alright. So we're going to make the shoulder bar 12 inches, which now you may be saying, but Evan, you just said that you were going to make your hips are only 11.1. Yeah, but there's also an inch on each side, making your hips plus the leg bits 13. Plus, I'm going to actually have to model meat onto these bones eventually, so you know.
Nah.
No. Like shoulder bar.
I thought you were just making like a skeleton with Miku clothes on.
That'd be a cool idea, but then I have to put a lot more effort into the skeleton.
True.
Plus, I have forms,
Miku to me.
which suck, but they're not that bad. Oh no, no. Where'd I go? I'm in the form tab. Let me out. Let me out.
How scuffed is this Miku gonna be? Is my question.
I don't think it'll be that bad. I mean, no, it shouldn't be that bad. The only current issue I have is I started this project without knowing how forms interact with bones. Or, like, joints. So, there's a 50% chance this just doesn't work.
I like those odds.
Yeah, same. Alright. Locking in the spine.
I can't get this stupid freaking lava chicken song out of my head.
La 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 lava! Chicken! Steve's! Alright, we probably want it to go between 65 and negative 65 degrees in terms of range of motion. So we're going to go 65 degrees and negative 65. That way she can do like the shoulder bop from like Dance Dance Revolution. Not the dance, just dance. That's what it's called. She like do 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 do. Please rotate with me. Do do do. What the? That is not what I said. That is not what I told you to do. All right, that bound needs to be flipped. Hold up. Thankfully, Fusion made a button for that. Do 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 do. Nope. Okay. Hold up. Oh, those little arrows telling me which way the motion goes. That's interesting. We're gonna go from like that, maybe. Okay, so it appears to be 90 degrees off of whatever I select. So we're gonna go 65 plus 90 degrees and negative 65 plus 90 degrees. And that has broken things severely. Ah, that's probably why. Oh, wait, what? No, I don't want you to be... Why are you mirroring each other? Is it because those numbers add up to a number greater than 360? Ta-da! Nope, that is somehow worse. Alright, let's try that. Hey! Nope. Closer, though. So I want to go like... Hey, that's why. Alright. Because that is actually 2 rotations. So we should want to go between 65. I'm learning so many new things. It's beautiful. Declan is looking at beautiful sketches. I cannot wait to show them this monstrosity. It's alright. Miku is almost complete in terms of bones. Neck bone is probably up next. That'll be an easy one, so let's just do that real quick. This Miku could, in theory, be part of FNAF. Just off of the skeleton.
What a sentence.
FNAF Miku confirmed for next Smash Brothers game.
Oh, what? By the way, do you think they're gonna make a new Smash Bros. Game for the Switch too?
The fact that Sakurai is back for Kirby Air Riders makes me think he's very much lying about coming out of retirement, or about being out in retirement. The same way he's been lying about retirement for the past 30 years. So, yeah, I'd say there's a high chance
he would never make another Smash Bros. Game again.
Yeah, but he also said that after he released Smash Brawl.
He did?
Yeah, he says he's retiring after like every single Smash Bros. Game, and the community goes, "Yeah, sure, Sakurai, sure you are."
Ah.
Custom access. Can I custom access?
Doing that?
Yeah. I just like.
Dude, I cannot get these stupid freaking leprechaun pants.
What?
Don't worry about it.
It looks like I'm gonna do ball joint for her neck, which makes sense. So the neck is pretty groovy, schmoovy. Oh, that made me dizzy. I should not have done that. Or I should drink more water. Both work. Chicken! Steve! What the? That's my joint. Alright. First up, we got the pitch. Alright, Fusion is starting to dislike my camera sliders, which means you know it's a good project.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We're going to unlock spine time. We're going to lock shoulder pads. Which I've decided is the new name for this piece. Now we should have neck movement. Oh, hey, Mom. Be right back. Alright, anyway, back to Miku. Thank you to my mother for existing. She's great. Alright. Let's get the neck in the right position at least.
He's saying that to protect himself.
What? What is that supposed to mean?
Don't worry about it.
Let's just... There we go. Maybe. No. It's you. No. Which of these freaking sliders moves Miku's neck? That one. Cool. That one. 90 degrees. Nice. And then we need to find the one that moves this slider. I assume it's this one. Yes, but it's reversed for some freaking reason. Now we're going to put a slight decline to our neck. And we're going to click enter. And now that we have this, I really want to just lock all of this, but that wouldn't make it very fun, would it? I guess I'll turn off joints, and that's what it looks like without them. Alright. Up next, arms. How do
arms on the Switch?
Hit game arms? Min is that's not Min. Miku is coming to arms, confirmed. The animatronics here get to get a bit quirky at night. What?
How do arms even stretch?
They just stretch the texture. Like the Mr. Fantastic and Marvel Rivals, they just stretch her texture.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, it's terrible. I hate Mr. Fantastic's modeling. It is awful. Alright. Yet again, diameter 2 circle. Finish sketch. Extrude. Now, how tall do we want Miku's arms? This question has been asked by many a philosopher. Now, The lower part of your arm. I need to look at Miku. Hold up. How long are her arms? They go to about the middle of her hip thingies. What are they called? The hip bones. These ones. The four fucking femur. Yeah, femur in this case because I spelled it wrong. How do her arms bend? What the flippin' it?
That's the fun part. They don't.
How do... Those don't... Okay, her arms make no sense, but her upper arms aren't longer than her lower arms. So we're gonna make her upper arms... like... 15 inches... Oh, I forgot that you are Neki. And you shall be called... What's that bone called? Humorous! Ha 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 ha! Alright, cool.
I think he's actually going insane.
I've always been insane. That's my secret cap.
This is the real life. Chat, is this factor cap?
Is this factor cap? Alright. Anyway. Back to joining Miku's arms together. Finally, a joint that actually displays correctly. Oh, it's beautiful. Where are my joints? Oh, they're there. Oh, thank God.
I got. We all often ask yourselves.
All my joints have fucking disappeared. Alright, now it looks like the green arrow.
Where are my joints?
The green arrow. Which I believe is this one. Yes! This is Miku's arms. So you can probably put them into, like, here. The only thing your shoulder's really limited by is your actual chest. So I'll probably come back and edit these later. Or just leave them fucking clipping. Because honestly, I'm probably going to be really tired by then. How high can I... I can raise my arm up to, like... Yeah, that looks about right. Alright, cool. There's that. And then... Which one of you is roll? Is it the blue one? There's no joint here. There should be a... Whoa. There should be a joint right there that tells me how to which direction. Alright. Miku arm. Correct. Trek. Check. I think it's roll. Yeah, that definitely looks to be roll. Now, Miku can probably raise her arm all the way above her head. And a little back with the hyperextension. And then all the way back straight out to behind her. So let's do that.
I will be departing on my stomach has decided to explode.
Oh boy howdy, I'm quite sorry to hear that. Well, have a good night then.
Alright. Accursed pizza.
Pizza? Oh, well, I guess we'll never know. She's Japanese, it'll be fine. Anyway. That is... way too long. Okay, glad I saw that in time. Go down 13. 13 looks better. Now, the rest of her arm should reach about here on her hips, according to most images that I've seen. So maybe that wasn't way too long, and maybe this next bone's about to be way too long. But I'm going to mirror this over on the other side anyway, so shouldn't have to worry too much. Now, there was a position capture there, and what position capture just does is, if I don't click that button, all of these bones will go back to the original positions when I made them, and that would be a massive mess. I really don't want to do that, so we're just going to not do that in capture position. Now, you can also see my history bar here. This is the 4th dimension of fusion. This is time travel, but, you know, silly little thing. Probably around 13. Honestly, I think her arms are about the same length on both sides. Now, this is actually a 2-bone special. Because you got your radius and your ulna in here. So, yeah. Now, it's taken me about half an hour to model most of a skeleton. And so I've got another 2 hours before I full sure need to be in bed. So, honestly, I think I'm making great pace in order to get to bed on time. Alright. There we go. There's the other bit of Miku's hand. We're going to... Hello? Hello? There we are. Alright, cool. Now, first up... we're probably going to want preview motion. That one. You are the one I want. Now we're going to limit you to go between here, probably. And honestly, straight down kind of works for this one. You can kind of hyperextend a little bit, though, so we're going to put it like there. But knowing Fusion, it'll really want to go there, but it'll look more human if it does, so. Heck yeah. Miku is getting buff, doing curls. And that is rotation in this direction. Which makes me think I can probably just do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and all of a sudden, all my problems will disappear. Now, first things first, I gotta lock, ha 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 ha. And then we'll move the 2-bone special. That did not do what I wanted it to do, because I do not know which joint is it the red one? 90. Not 90. 112. It is the red one. 70. 65. 30? Jeez, who designed this thing? Hello? Please don't crash, Miku. Alright, there we go. I just had an invalid position for my joints. Anyway, we're just going to turn off limits real quick. And that does let us move in that direction. What the? Alright, now that's the other issue. Alright. Let's see what about rotation that is. With the red joint here. It's about negative 291, I think is what it's saying, yeah. So we're going to try to lock it around that position. And then we'll make her wrist pivot on its own. So, now, we have this. And of course, if I unfreeze, ha 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 ha, we can not angle her arms outwards for some reason. Wait, what? There we go. Weird. Anyway. It's going to move it like that-ish to get a nice A-frame. Relock that so I don't get annoyed. Capture positions, of course. And we're going to pull her that back out. Now for hands, I'm probably going to half-ass the hands. Honestly, this is kind of going to look kind of like a Brawl Stars character. I really want to post just a screenshot in the art channel of the skeleton when it's done. But I shouldn't. I got to lock in. Alright. Control-C, Control-V. Alright. Now our beautiful bone there. And we're going to grab the 2-bone special. Capture positions, of course. Yoink that over there. Now, we're going to grab... Ooh, that's interesting. There we go. Okay, cool. So I was really worried for a second I wouldn't be able to select that. Nice. So now once again, we're going to join there. And we're going to join here. Y'all know the drill at this point. Just going to make a whole bunch of joints. If this ends up going on my YouTube channel, y'all should subscribe. I will post once a year. Maybe. First we need to program you. We're going to want to go to up to here. And down to like there. Now that I think about it. Can't this like... Hold up. Can I... No, I can't. That does lock at the upper. Nice. Cool. So good to see that's still working correctly. And then, problem is, her arm is now locked to do that. Let's see. So we need the red joint, which I believe is our yaw. Yow. Yeah. Go from here to like there. Preview the motion. Alright. Now, keeping in mind that red angle is our I put her arm on backwards. Fancy. Love it. Yet again, I'm putting on Miku's arms backwards. Alright, 185. And then we'll go with, I think that was at 50 actually, so let's just, hey, that looks way better for now. Where's that, the left side? Front side? Now, the rotational physics are weird. But it does work. No, it doesn't. That needs to be inverted, actually. Alright, cool. That's Miku's arms more or less working. In terms of outer bits. Now for the inner bits. But first, let's get our A-frame on. Now, Miku has terrible posture. But that's fine. Who cares? I care. I'll fix it in a second. Trust. I think the key to fixing Miku's posture is this joint. But that joint is stupid. It's stupido. So I think what I'm going to do is unfortunately turn this into a ball joint as well. What the? Oh, there it is. Alright. Now, because your spine kind of just chill like that, I might just not put this one on any kind of thing and just see what happens. So now, if I lock Shakira with the pin, maybe let's just unlock the arms. This should RK rig. Maybe. What is locked? The shoulder pads. Yes, no, beautiful. I think that's RK. I'm not the best at animation. I watched like 2 shorts from a little cartoon, Puffball Man. But that is a much straighter spine than before. Miku no longer has osteoporosis. Alright, we're going to rebind her shoulders in place. And that's Miku's skeleton. Now, at this point, we're technically halfway done with the project. The only problem is there's no Miku on this Miku. So, that's the next step. Now, it's probably going to be pretty basic-ish detailing, because I am basically working with infinite amounts of clay. That's what these forms are. So if you just see, I just put down a box. I'm just going to put it, like, here. You can now see I have this magical blob of clay, which I can stretch and multiply. And now that I've multiplied it, I can stretch it in different ways. I can select sector. Okay. If I click OK, I then can select sectors and edit them and just and now with this clay upon this foundation I shall build my Miku. But not with that one. That one sucked. So probably gonna start with something easy to model, which would probably be honestly her head. For now. Well, not hair, just head. We're going to have bald Miku for a bit. But I'm sure that's fine. So, let's see. For a head, we're probably going to want to start with a quad ball. We're going to select our basic plane. About the center of our neck, so we can really get a nice focal point. And we're going to expand our quad ball out to a fitting size for a Miku head. Give it plenty of connection points, but not that many, because I really don't want to do that many connection points. And we're just going to check. It's a little far back. but I can just manipulate it if I have to. For example, I can just click move, copy, boop. But that's aside from the point. What really needs to happen first is we need to Miku this blob. So first of all, I'm going to hide spine time, shoulder pads, necky, and the two upper bones. Just so we can, you know, model without interference. They're still there. They're just invisible and you can't see them. Is that my fault? Yes. Is OBS still recording? Why is it a red dot? Why is it a red dot? Why is it a red dot? Why is it it's a red dot? Because it's recording for, oh my god, I've been here for so long. I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway. So first up, from every single picture I'm finding here on my phone of Hatsune Miku, her chin is very pointy. But like at a very low tapered angle. Low! Ah, fuck my phone. Alright, anyway. Where the hell did my Miku go? Here it is. I also... What the... I'm also going to real quick just turn off joint geometry. Just so that doesn't get annoying. And then... So first up we need chin. Now chin structure is of course going to be this whole bit here. So we're going to modify... I believe it's Alt. It's not Alt. I believe it's Control. It is Control. Probably going to want to pull on all of these panels here, but honestly, I don't think we need to pull these or that line there. Now, depending on what I push and or pull, look at different results. So if I actually directly manipulate these, I actually move the bits around it. So I don't want to just select everything but what I actually need to select. Now, for a basic head shape, that actually doesn't look too bad. I think I'm going to pull the chin in just a little bit. Alright. Yeah! Now that face is very round. We'll of course trim it up in a bit. It's also asymmetrical. Because I am a moron. Alright. After, let's just remodify that real quick. We're using Control to just grab all our bitses. We'll grab these lower bitses. And we're gonna just... Shoink. Out of chin. Nice little dimple for the mouth right here, since that's like human anatomy. And Miku's a pretty chibi figure, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal if her head isn't perfectly accurate. God, I really hope it's not that big of a deal. Now, we can also push-pull on lines, which basically gives us these like really nice, sharp curves. The Crimson Chin Miku over here goes crazy. Now, of course, another beautiful feature of this is once I give the model to Declan, if Declan were to, say, want the Crimson Chin Miku, we could go in and edit it together. Now that, I really think, is actually a really nice, sharp chin structure. We'll have to sharpen off her cheekbones a little bit. Her chin isn't actually too sharp. It's just, it's a really square. Like, it's just ching, ching. She can cut diamonds with that jawline, if you know what I'm saying. Now, where we would probably want to edit next is probably this point here, because that's out a little bit. So we're just going to pull it in. Actually, real quick, I do want to create a line of symmetry. Select face. We're going to create symmetry on these faces here. Oops, sorry. I forgot how symmetry works. Please don't crash. We're going to create symmetry along these faces here. So now there's symmetry. Now, I am going to finish the form real quick, because forms take a lot of save space, and I have not saved recently. So we're going to save. Alright, now that we've done that, we're going to click on this dot here. We're going to modify. And if I do this, you can see it now edits with me. Make sure it looks good from all angles. I think it's looking pretty good, honestly. So we're going to do that. Now, while her jawline's a lot sharper, we still have these nasty bits down here that we're going to need to round off, or square off. Sharpen? Sharpen. So what I think we need to grab, it's probably like these panels right here. There's probably this panel. No, because this panel is so waved. I think we're actually going to need these lines. So we're going to grab these lines. I pulled these lines in. Nope, that's one set of lines too far forward. We're actually going to need these lines here, because these lines are the ones that are back so far. And that way, just pull on those a little bit. And narrow out her face. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't pull on the rest of her face. We're going to want a pretty uniform jawline here. And so her head is super round. So we'll need to cave these in a little bit as we pull this face in. Honestly, it could just be better if I cancel. And then, like, if I go top-down view and just, like, select that. Get those side panels. And if I just pull those in just a little bit, maybe up a little bit. That looks a little more human, in my opinion. Holy cabeza. Needs to be a little bit less deep. But that's looking pretty good, I think, so far. Now, my last project that I actually did form modeling for was my Golurk a while back. So, excuse me if I'm a little rusty. I actually think this point right here is going to be a rect modify point. Because her ears need to go here, so it needs to be a little bit more divoted in. Does Miku have ears? She has hair. And wears headphones? She does wear headphones. So definitely flatten this out a little bit. We're just going to pull that in. Now if I pull in too far, it's actually going to start just pulling a dent into her skull. So we need to pull in just enough to where I don't dent Miku's head. The head is probably going to be, just as a side note, the most complex part of this process. It's just the one I also know how to model the best. You can see there's still a bit of a dent there. So we're just going to go up and out. And for reference, these squares mean I'm moving in 2 planes. Arrows mean I'm moving in 1. This dot here, just I can pull anywhere. But I don't like doing that. Except for the fact that it lets me just manipulate really nicely on some signs. Lines manipulate upwards. They pull the point upwards and downwards. Corners, push it in and out. What do we think of this? Now, the lines are a little weird, but you won't actually see most of those lines on the finished figure. Let's see. I think her jawline's all messed up now. But I think that's fine. Because if we just grab this line and that line, and most likely this line as well, just pull that in just a little bit. I don't know, her face is pretty round. I think I actually need to pull these lines out, not those lines in. So let's actually grab here and there and here. And let's smooth out this alien-esque skull a little bit. Now if I just pull out, not that far out, a little bit of chubby cheeks, but not like that chubby cheeks. Just pull like right there. A little further, probably want a smooth angle. No. Let's get right about there, honestly. Now, her cheeks do pull out a little bit. However, drop my phone. Honestly, I think we need to just dent her head a little more. So let's grab that point again. Pull her in. Oh yeah, right about there, honestly. You know what, maybe not right there. I like where that is on the up and down wise. I don't like where that is left and right wise. It pulls up. Now, again, obviously most of this, other than the chin, is going to be hidden by hair. So I don't really care too much about the back of the skull, but I would like it to be at least somewhat good looking. Like, this is really round. So I think what we're going to do super quick is just nab the back of her head and just dent a little harder. Ka-clunk. That was not what I was looking for. Let's pull these lines inwards. Pull these lines upward. And I'm going at those lines upwards. And by pulling these lines, you can see the lines getting closer together. That's what these bars do. We'll just pull that inwards, and then we'll pull this bit upwards separately Because if we pulled it upwards now, we would just yank her half of her entire head upwards. So let's just grab that. But we'll have to grab it with the red box, because the red box only grabs what we want it to grab. Pull that up like there. And that's a beautiful neck connection point. Now, weird thing I've got here going on is her neck is not flat. Now, once upon a... Whoopsies. Nope, let's not do that. Now, once upon a fairy tale, I used to know how to smooth things. But I don't anymore. Because I have not done forms specifically in a while. Actually, I think this dot might be for smoothing. Oh, it definitely is. Nice. Alright, so that gets rid of that ugly lump there. And hey, other than her extremely chiseled jawbones, what the heck? That's a pretty good skull. Let's finish the form real quick, just see. Oh, it's looking good. This dent here is for her ears, headphones, and it will be hidden by her hair. Her jaw's pretty out far. Honestly, I think I might need to flatten her face a little. I haven't gotten really any good pictures of her from the side. Let's see. You know what? Honestly, I think it's fine like this. It's kind of the chibi art style with the protruding chin and all that. Alright. Now that we have Miku head, we can make face. And also, like, you know, the rest of her body. How am I going to do that? You know what? I think what I can do... Let's get the neck first back. Alright. You know what? It's not my worst connection point. Honestly, I think what it needs is, first of all, a snap point. Come on, give me a snap point. Give me a good snap point. I want good snap points. Please? Thank you. You'll have to do. Alright, we're going to move up a little bit. Back a slight tad. A little more. Your neck kind of sits back on your head. So honestly, I think, like, honestly, there, 0.25. That'll work for head placement. And then, if we could just, like, can I make this a component? I can. We shall call you head. Now, if we just joint the head to the spine, or no, even better, combine spine, head, boom, the one piece. Oh, I forgot I did not model her neck correctly. You know, we're just gonna ignore that. But that is Miku head. Now, it's all chrome for now, but I... Wait, her head is not centered at all. Oh, I didn't think about that. Hold up. 0.5. 0.47. 0.46. 0.45. 0.4. 0.4. Alright, there we go. That should center her head more or less on her neck. Yep, yeah, actually. Let's you know what, let's color her face now. So if we go to head, I can choose physical material, or appearance works as well, but material works. So currently Miku is made entirely out of steel. But with some plastic, we can give her a smooth texture. And I can edit the properties to give it a nice color. If I can find... Here we are. How skin Miku? How skin Miku is a question many have asked over the decades. Holding a picture of my phone, I think this one will be the best. Maybe not that one. Actually, I take it back. But if we're kind of going for like a more cartoony look, it'll work better. Yeah, I like that. There's Miku's skin cone. Actually, it's a little orange. You know what? Yeah, it's a little orange. Let's just... Try that one a little better. She's very pale. I guess that's like a Japanese thing, probably. Like the kimonos paint their face super white and all that. Is that the kimonos? I'm nowhere near as up to date on Japanese culture as people think, as a lot of my friends are. Alright. Miku head done. Skin applied. Fusion almost crashing. Let's save real quick. Let's save real quick. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, black screen of doom. Please save. Please don't crash. 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 Oh no. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh. All right. Next up, arms and legs. Basic shapes, super easy. Honestly, I might just put clothing. I might not even model her actual physical. Because, like, her sleeves are just fucking triangles, man. Like, man, this video's not meant for a man. Anyway, so honestly, I could probably just make some fancy triangles. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna do forms. Right. First, eyes. Miku has eyes, and I would like to have them. Give me Miku's eyes. What do her eyes look like? They're also triangles. Cool. They're blue. That's a pretty consistent theme. Alright. Miku. They're kind of like almond-y shaped. Now the question is, do I really feel like using another... Excuse me. Another mesh. I would also turn her neck. Right, because I combined them so they're all one piece. One piece! Sorry, what? So we're gonna pin Neki. Just because I don't want her face moving around, so I try to pin her eyes on her. And we are going to... Honestly, I might just glue some eyes on, basically. Because, like, I have joint points. I have joint points everywhere along these lines. If I just make some eyes that fit on those lines, like, I'd be solid. So... I think we're going to start with an ellipses. Doop. Most eyes. Doop. Probably a pretty wide one. And then we're just going to modify it till I feel like it. Spline. Now the top of her eyes are pretty tall. So we're going to do that with a spline. Now this is going to be her right eye, I've now decided suddenly with no extra preparation. Now, I believe her eyes are a little sharper on the outside than they are on the inside. Yes, that's correct. Kind of slant inwards. So we're going to click cancel. No, wait, no. So I think like doing like that, and then having it like this. Having that. Let's click check. Alright, cool. Then we're going to trim off all the little itty bitty bits that I don't really need anymore. Except for this little itty bitty bit, which apparently is important. Oh, it's beautiful. Love it. Mwah. Magnifique. But is it Miku eye shape? You know, honestly, more or less, she just kind of has like a thick eyeshadow along the top brow, and it's kind of rotated like this way a little bit. But I can do that in pin the eye on the Miku stage. And then, of course, she has the massive circular eyes. Oh, that'll look good, I think. But we'll put the massive circular eyes on in a sec. Let's finish sketch. We're going to extrude that to, like, not into her head, obviously. I guess into her head for now. But, like, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Right. Miku's steel eye is ready for assembly. Now we just move copy. Maybe it'll... What? That did not work at all. We're gonna just move copy. It's a little sharp, actually. I might fillet that a bit, fillet that a bit, just to make it a little more round. Honestly, actually, I think this might work as her left eye. If I just take this edge here, right? You see this little itty bitty edge right here, boop, And I'm just going to fillet that just so it goes like that-ish, maybe? Let's check that from the front. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. And we'll also get this bit just so it's a little rounder. Because honestly, I think a little rounder works way better. Yes, it does. Excellent. Excellent. Mwahaha. Now, problem with Miku Eye, kind of, honestly, I think this is good. I think we just need to rotate it. God damn it. Please work, rotate tool. Rotate. Like there-ish, maybe? Yeah, there-ish. There-ish looks good. I'm not coping. Oh no. Control C, Control V. Sorry. Control C, Control V. Capture positions. Blah. And we're gonna just make sure to... What the? Whoa! Would you look at that? Symmetrical eyes. That's crazy. Alright. Her eyes are way larger than this. No, they're really not, but her face is like... Oh, the nose! That's why I forgot. Alright, one sec. We're gonna go grab this and that. We're gonna grab that. And we're just gonna... What? Not that. I take it back, actually. That was a terrible idea. If we hold Alt, though, we can just make new material. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to make new material. I'm going to shift it downwards. I'm not going to make it be terrible. And I'm going to... That looks terrible. You know what? Honestly, I don't think Miku needs a nose. I think Miku without nose is a completely valid opinion to have. And, yeah. First of all, let's just set their appearance to be a nice white. Nice white. You are not white. ABS white. Here we are. That is... Alright, we're going to use... Nylon 6.6 white. And we're just going to whiten that. Super white. It's going to be the whitest whiteness. Make it reflective. Done. Why are you not any whiter than you were before? Be more white. Bright white. Oh yeah, that's not any whiter at all. Let's just make it emit light. Fuck it. 4. Miku's eyes shall shine like the sun. Yup, Miku. That's what I'm doing. I'm making Hatsune Miku. Trust. Alright. Enough jiddly-jaddlering. First up, we gotta grab the back of the eye. Probably like there. Actually, probably not like there, because now I'm realizing I'm going to have to attach it to like that. There is a connection point. What? First of all, let's just ridge a joint. Second of all, let's not have it go that direction. Like, what the actual crack? Honestly, I think this is too round. I think it needs to be rounder. And that is not what I wanted you to do. You know what? It'll be fine. I actually think it's this fillet here. Where did they go? Oh, wait, what? Alright. Hold up. Let's rewind time a little real quick. Never mind. Lock in, I guess. Actually, if I just move this to, like, there. Nice. There we go. It's a lot better. What would it look like if I did? Oh, that's so much better. Yep, that's where it's at. Alright, cool. Next up is the actual jointing process. We're doing an as-built joint. I'm going to joint this to that. Basically, what as-built joints do is they put them exactly where I have them. So, let's grab her eyes, and let's pin the eye on the Miku. From right here. Step 1, get her eye touching her face. Not in her face, because that would be bad. Not too close together, because that would also be bad. Not too high on the face, because that would be bad. You know what? That's what's throwing me off. Her face is too tall. Ooh, glad I realized that right now. So we're going to grab that. We're just going to... Much better. Oh, that's so much better. It's like, I know it's a very small difference, but you're going to have to trust me on this one. It's much better. Nope. Alright. Then we're going to just lift her eyes out of her face just a little bit. Just a little itty bitty bit. 0.2. So they're still like in her face, but not like part of her face. Alright, cool. Now that we've welded her eye to her face, we just need to do the same thing for the other one. Huh. As interesting as that is, what the flippity jits? So, actually, I changed my mind. We're actually going to just not move this one. This one sucks, actually. I changed my mind. We're just going to create a copy of this one. And that is just going to... Yep, that's... I see, there's another one right there. We're going to move it to the exact same plane as this one. And delete that one. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Nope, no, go back. I said... I'm gonna delete that one. Nope. Or not. Why are you bound together? Poof. No, wait, you're I2. Oh, because you're the original. Ooh, I see why. Boop. Right. So you're going to be left eye. That's going to be your new name. God, it looks like it's smiling. That's so creepy. I wish there was a way to get rid of this line. At least move it downwards. But anyway, now that our eyes are in place, we're just going to create a sketch on that newly finished flat surface. And create two beautiful new circles. Oh, the mouth. It's all the mouth. That's all the only reason this looks terrible. Actually, can I just... I can't get rid of the line. Oh no. That'll be fine. Anyway, we're now gonna as-built joint these to the head. And now, if I do unlock Neki, I do not know why this one isn't. Oh, because I never actually jointed that one, did I? So let's quickly as-built joint to you. One pin Neki. And now the eyes work. More or less. Keyword less. Anyway, once again, we're going to go to appearance. We're going to grab... a signature shade of Miku blue. Applied to both eyes and close. Alright, now last thing for the eyes before we move on to the mouth that makes her not look fucking weird is her eyeshadow thingies, her eyebrows, that's what they're called. And that's basically going to be super easy. We're just going to go click on this, extrude. We're going to go back up to where we were. Oh no. Alright, well my Wi-Fi just shut off. That's awesome. Hopefully OBS still records. Alright, cool. Alright, we're back on business. I'm being offline mode though, so that's going to be a sorry sight. Hopefully this thing saves correctly. Also, I need to fix these curves of this head, but you know, we'll do that in a sec. P, dupe, and a dupe, and that's going to project those points. We're then going to create an offset coming off of this line outwards about yay, and we're going to do the same on that one. Offset for that distance. Well, that's interesting. Alright. And then it really only goes from like here to like there. Now, in case you're wondering, Declan, this of course was not my original submission idea. I originally wanted to find a model of like Janet from Brawl Stars and then put her into Miku's clothing. But then I realized I don't want to do that. It's nothing against like the idea. I think I might still do it eventually. It's just the fact that I wasn't really feeling it that day. That day being today. Also, I was super behind in school. That's the reason I'm so late on my submission. That's my bad. Alright, this feels like a very much trust the process moment. I'm going to leave those on the steel because they're pretty much black. Alright, now we're going to make a little mouth. I know, work offline. Duh. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. No. Alright, that's a save state moment right there. Okay. Alright, well, that seems to have worked. Now, in most of these, she has a very small little, like, mouth, like a little D, colon D face type thing. So we're just going to do a very, very over dramatized, like very small mouth, very big eyes kind of thing. We're just going to make a little happy D face. Little like, woo. Like, cancel, and then we're just going to do dip. Cut the top bit of that off. And then we're going to put that along the mouth line. And it's kind of going to look like something at a sister location. I keep making FNAF by accident. I don't know if this is a common problem artists actually have. Can someone please confirm? Mouth. Alright. Alright, cool. So now we have our mouth, and it looks a lot better. And then we're just gonna make it kind of like an actual like little black void. Why did I lose control? Music made me lose control. Music make me lose control. Why is my computer so hot? I know I'm not connected to the internet. Can I save, please? Thank you. Alright. We're getting to the point of the night where Fusion starts to really fucking hate me. Alright, then okay. After I get the face done, we're gonna do body, arms, legs, hair. And it's gonna be simple. Everything but the body's gonna be simple. The body's basically gonna be a big rectangle. I'm gonna pivot it, cut it at the waist. How endowed is she? Not very. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Expand that. Cut it outwards here. It's a bit. Alright. You still going? You're still going. Still chugging along. OBS, my beloved. Alright. And then we're going to do an as well joint with this guy as well. So we're going to set you into the mouth a little bit. Alright, gotta lock in. Get the mouth just right. Nope, lock in. I think if I don't line it up too much with the mouth, but still keep it in line. Because I don't want this to look like the mouth. But I don't have any other options. Now, I could 3D print this, Declan, as a birthday gift to you. Now, I will admit, I've been trying to 3D print your Christmas gift for 5 fucking months. And it has not been working, so I'm not gonna give up, but just give me a sec. Anyway, actually, I think I want it slightly larger, so we're gonna do a modify scale. Wow. Yeah, like right there. Where about in there her jaw is that? That's like perfect. I love it right there. Now keep in mind, I know a lot about anatomy and very little about modeling. So, and I don't know, very little about anime, woman, lady, Miku, Hatsune. It's like, yeah. Alright, click. And then real quick, we're going to take mouth. Physical appearance. And we're just going to set it to the fucking void. Yeah. Yup. That's exactly what I want. And it looks pretty good from all their angles, too. Alright. Now, the hair is going to help a lot. I know it's weird. Alright. Next up is body, though. Body, then arms. And considering the head joints already work, I have a very good feeling about the rest of the body and bits. Yeah! Oh, well, I forgot to bind the eyebrows. That's good to know. Did I forget to bind anything else? Why can't I move this anymore? Weird. Anyway. Oh, wait. No, it's not that. Oh, no. Bad things are happening. I can't undo my work anymore. Alright, cool. There we go. So, we're going to real quick, as built joint, the eyebrows to the head. Click. Unpin necky. And, oh, well, there we go. It was just taking a second to calculate. What the? I'm trying to think. I don't know how bones work. Nope, I know exactly how bones work. I lied. Alright. Now let's work on getting the rest of her body built. Next up, torso thingy. We're going to do her common outfit, which is grayish, like tank top shirt thingy. And then blue tie. Yeah. Gray shirt, blue tie. Alright, cool. Shirt should be easy. Tie should be easy. Worried about the arms, but I think that should be easy as well. I should be able to just like pull some of my magical putty over these shoulder joints and call it a day. So let's start with just making a box. We're gonna make a box. It's gonna be on the main plane. We're gonna make it from like here, like where her joints connect here, outer edge there, to like there. What the? Oh, that's a center point box. Whoopsies. Did not know that. Let's center point, and on that plane, center point's probably around. Oh, her spine isn't straight. That's gonna be an issue. Hold up. Let's fix that first. Yeah, so we're going to need to unpin the shoulder pads. Yes, hello. Can I help you, sir? Hello? Alright, there we go. And then we're going to straighten out her spine. Just going 180. No, apparently not 180 there, though. Alright, there we go. Now, this should need to be to 70, and that should straighten out her spine entirely. Completely making all of her shoulders crooked. But now, if we just lock spine time in with a pin, capture position and lock spine, and then we edit her upper bits to make her not, you know. And now eventually, obviously, I could just add a joint there, but then that would require me making 2 pieces of shirt and not, and so that's just going to be a project for another day if I ever revisit this project. Degrees. Alright. Oh, I have Wi-Fi again. How excellent. Anyway, we're probably going to capture her torso. Oh, I'm going to need to make 2 pieces anyway. One fleshy piece to capture to this spine, to up here, and one to connect to the spine. That shouldn't be that bad, though. Alright. We're going to start with the fleshy piece up here. Bulks. What the fuck? Select that plane. Select here. Probably like upper chest. Fuck. I guess this is going to be the tits area or whatever. Alright, yep, there we go. We're going to do a box like that. Probably increase the count a bit on these. We can always increase it later. Probably like that. Alright. Now, as same time, we're going to need to make this a lot thicker, probably. So let's just grab this bit here. Considering her neck and spine are in line right now, or should be at least. Should be right about there, honestly. And this is gonna be like her. This is gonna be like her shirt and her not shirt bit, or like her upper shirt. How do I model things? I think this is gonna actually need to go down further. Like, crap, I'm gonna have to make the mid-abdomen anyway. God damn it, I was doing all this to avoid that. Whatever. You're up. I'm just gonna pull that down to like probably there. Seems like a good point of pivoting, except she's gonna pivot at the shoulders, not. Never mind. This will be good. Then with this area, honestly, I don't think too much is needed other than just, I never did fix the head actually, so let me do that real quick first before I get too deep into this. Hello? Let's keep pulling this dot till we just see just a little bitty change. We're like there. That did not work. Alright. Let's just grab this panel here. Modify both sides. No, no, go back. I like that. Still very sharp, but at this point I'm just gonna have to hope the hair hides it, I think. Or I could just doop, doop. Rough estimate. Guess that to be there. What the? And then grab like these 3 lines here. And pull those in just a little bit to smoothen out the head curve. It's gonna look a little robotic, but I think that's fine. Put a massive dent in the back of her skull, of course. So then fix that by doing this. There we go, much better. Anyway. Back to this bit. So we really need it to rotate like between like here and like there. So I think if I just make it a little taller on the bottom, I can honestly just get away with half-assing it by making a giant semicircle at the bottom. And this will just be a giant semicircle and it'll pivot left and right. And that's my plan. First of all, though, let's get a little bit of symmetry going. Alright, nice. Now we're not going to see like all of this bit here, at least not hopefully. So I think the plan will be to go like this. And then take these lines here. Just do that. And then her shoulders are super tiny. Little itty bitty baby shoulders. So we're going to not do that. Grab too much. Just grab those lines. Hold them in super tight. Heck, even this might be too much. I already built her shoulders like that, so we're just going to have to deal with it. Now realizing that this doesn't actually go high enough, so we're going to just pull that upwards a little bit. Ooh, upwards and inwards works really well. Honestly, I can probably model the rest off of her arms. Yeah, there we go. That'll be a nice little pivoting shoulder joint. So now if I unlock shoulder pads, all I need to do is go from here to there. If I just and now nothing fucking happens. Why? Why does nothing happen? Actually, how does this look from the side? It's a little tight on the neck space, actually, so let's just edit that real quick. Pull this bit down. Fusion, you're really gonna make me do this manually? Alright, what we're gonna do, because Fusion's making me do this by hand, we're just gonna select here, 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 there, back, side, pull that down, no, wrong, pull that in, pull it in might work, pull it in works, and then lower that down. Right, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, there we go. Much better shape. All right. Now we're just going to combine this bit and that bit. And that bit. Oh, right. It's not a component. That's what I'm doing. I'm stupid. Create component. Upper shoulder Ozd. And now we can combine them. And now, now the way she rotates means probably need to uncave out a bit of this here. So pull that out, gonna make a nice curve shape. All right, so now once we get the rest of that in, the rest of her actual body in, that'll serve as a nice start. Now that back piece is really square, so let me also just mess with that real quick. No. Got the red one. I didn't grab the edges. Honestly, let's just grab the entire backside. Nope. The entire backside. Pull that down. Scrunch it in. So it's not even like noticeable at all. Oop. And there's a nice rounded off back bit. Super compact. Nice. It keeps with the form still, while still being Miku's thinness, almost, basically. Alright. Now, last big form of the night, because I'm probably just going to do triangles and shit for the rest of her clothing, is, of course, her actual body. So, grab the middle of her spine, go like that. So we're going to probably only go to here. What an odd number there. 9, 6, 7. We're just going to increase her polygon count by a metric fuck ton. Awesome. Now, main priority 1 is blending in with these shoulders here. So, I'm just going to grab this. No, I'm going to grab this, modify, pull this in to line up with the shoulders there. This is going to be on the outside, so it has to look nice. Forgot to set up symmetry, so let's do that first. Boop, and boop, and beep, and boom, beam, bop. Modify, pull that inward so it lines up with the curve of her thing, her upper thing. Now I'll probably make that her skin color because she kind of wears like a tank top thing, but it like goes up around her. Oh, that's easy actually. Because if I just make this her shirt, I can just grab these middle bits specifically and cave those in. Like if I just grab like this. If I just grab like this, there we go. And we just like, oh, pull that in hard, hard. And all of a sudden, boom, tank top. Not my most elegant solution, but it'll have to do. And then her dress thing kind of comes like up in towards her neck. So we'll just grab, modify, and then we'll just pull this all in, as we've done previously. Raise it all up, pull in a little hard. That's not in. Where's in? This one's in. You can kind of see where this is going. Alright, I don't hate it anymore. It's a little tall. It's way tall. Alright, we're going to match the slope of her other bits. Her skin bits. By going just down a little bit. And then pulling it back up once I realize where it actually is. Grab that here. Sorry, grab that here. Grab that here. Sorry. Mod span that guy. Pull that back there. Pull that like here. That created a weird edge. Nope, that was always a weird edge. Right. Or click OK. Alright. Now we gotta wait for it to calculate because it's gonna take forever. Oh wait, no, not. I gotta click finish form. Dumb. Shit. Right. Alright, cool. So remember that bit where I was like, yeah, we can just pull this in. It will have no consequences. There are consequences. Fuck, I forgot about the consequences. But that's alright. So we're going to modify this, basically. Pull this back out just a little bit. And then that should finish correctly. Shit. Oh, it's just gone. Alright, let's... Right, sharp angles over here. Love on them. Basically, these faces here are all shitted on. So we just need to click on them, modify them, and pull them until they're not shitted on. Still shit on. So there's a line crossing itself somewhere here. Let's see, where is it? Is it this one? Might be this one. So if we just pull that out just a little bit, it should no longer be shitting on itself. Alright, cool. So that fixed that one. But then there's also errors here with this line, I believe, crossing over itself. So let's just pull it out just a little bit. No, not that one. What is that line, actually? This one here. I can't tell which way it's going. think it needs to go outwards. Let's try that. Ugh, that was not the right answer. Now, we don't need to look good right now. Right now, we just need to resolve. Once we get it to resolve, it'll look good later. Welcome to the bug fixing of my world. Cool. Alright, nice. Now we just have this broken bit. Which shouldn't be hard to fix. Because it should, in theory, just be me pulling on this line here. And it all fixes itself. By doing that. Close. Now this bit's broken. Why are you broken? Oh, that explains why you're broken. This bit here doesn't need to do that. We're going to probably grab this pin here, put like that one there. That should smooth out, and then dang it. Also, actually, I think this edge is crossing over that edge. Yup, that's what it was. There we go. So now, this one here, just pull that a little. Shit. Alright. You know, I think I'm just gonna have to cut my losses on this one, just undo till it fixes itself. Right there. Alright. So, problem, I pulled it way too far. Solution, don't do that. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing here, where I modify this bit to be pulled up to there, and I modify that bit to be pulled back to there. So this time we're going to do it naturally. It should. Yeah, there we go. Now, of course, I have to move in those edges again. So, we'll just real quick. Oh, that took up so much time. I do not have. Grab here, pull down, but not too far down. Don't want it to show anything. So we're going to put it like here-ish. Honestly, I think we can afford to just pull this in a little bit. pull that down a little bit. I mean, not down all the way, but like right there. And what that does is it still gives us that texture. Actually, you know what? Real quick, let's texture this body here. Because that is going to be really weird with the clipping. Alright, cool. Now we can see what parts of Miku are and are not Miku. So, good news. There isn't really any. Actually, no, there is some. The shirt fits just about correctly. Bad news. So just need to pull this up. Why are these still here? Go away. Well, I have no idea how to hide those, but, you know. Actually, I'm sure if I just... Yeah, whatever. I have to deal with that for a sec. Actually, what I can do, probably... is that. Unhide that. Alright, what the frick? Joints off. Nope. Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever. It can bother me later. Right now I have to lock in. Right. So. This bit I actually only liking that angle. What we're probably going to do... How far down do the holes on her tank top thing go? About her midsection area. So, like, let's go like that. Hello. Excuse me. May I please have like that? We're going to do this again. We're going to be carefuler this time. What the actual schnibbidibits? There we go. Pull that in real gently. A little more gently. Because that message is what we want to avoid. So we're just going to pull that in super gently. Boom. That gives us so much... the correct skin area without being weird. And also, I think I'm going to need to pull her shoulders in a bit. I'll say it looks right. I'll just flare out her body later. And then, next up is going to be hips area, which is right about here-ish. And honestly, I'm running low on time, so I'm just going to yoink. Nope. Yeah, that looks about right. Alright, cool. Now, front and back-wise, she's pretty square still. Actually, wait, what? Alright, never mind. I have a proportion still way wrong. Apparently her hips are way tighter than that. So, like that, honestly, is better representation. She's like weirdly... Alright, anyway. Because I can already see that that is going to intersect and fucking break everything, we're just going to pull this up. And honestly, we're going to pull this bit in. Not that bit, though. Too far. I did not grab enough, or I grabbed too much, or I cannot tell which. So let's pull, like, there. Because, like, her waist is really, really wide compared to the rest of her. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Fuck! That's an easy fix, though. It's gotta... You see this? He doesn't like that. So we're going to have to grab this, modify this. Just even out that line just a little bit. Right, the back. Gotta do that too. Alright, once again, grab that, modify that. Yonk that so it's a bit gentler of a slope. Finish the form. Damn, really? You're not happy with that? You're killing me, Smalls. Killing me. Why are you still there? Alright. Next up is shaping left and right. So, spine. Spine is kind of like whop. So we're going to grab like this bit. Not that bit. We're going to grab like that bit. We're going to grab like that bit. Thank you, Fusion. Just gentler curve like that-ish. We're probably going to just... I don't know. Source material debates. Frontal. But I think, honestly, the better option is to take more right here and just pull that in slightly. Yeah, so that way it's just slightly more... Now, these corners are still pretty sharp, so we're also going to go top down. I should have done this first. Whatever, though. We're just going to take this. No, that's too much. Still too much. Better. Maybe. What the fuck? Where did I go? It's not going to like that, but we can see how it works. Oh, what? Really? Up there? Why up here of all... Ah, I see. We got a potato chip here. So we're just going to grab that line and just pull it out just a little bit. Okay. Okay, no, okay, cool. That's fine, I'll just take this line here and pull her in. Brother, come on, work with me here. What do you not like about Hatsune Miku? Let's try that. You're killing me, Smalls. You. It's you. Oh, wait. Oh, these lines are just crossed over each other. Oopsies. Oopsie doopsies. So this section needs to go like over there. What? Where? What the? Oh, cool. So I can just pull that in. And... Alright, cool. So body's looking better. It's a bit more sleeveless gown right now than schoolgirl uniform, or whatever the heck she wears. But that's fine. Anyway, real quick, I am going to tighten up the fitting on this just a little bit. No. Fusion, that is not what I asked you to do. Thank you. Pull that in just a little bit. Okay. Finish form. Be happy with me, Fusion. Yes. Alright. And keep editing here. Probably gonna pull like this bit in, honestly. And if that doesn't intersect, how did that make it worse, possibly? What the? This corner here needs to go too sharp. Yeah, that's much better. All right. All right, now the main issue still is this does not go up high enough. So let's increase the height of that a little bit. Well, it does go up high enough. It doesn't go out far enough to show that it goes up high enough. So I just need to take this bit here, basically, modify pull there. Okay, finish form. Beautiful. B-E-A-beautiful. Now, we're also going to pull up the back bit, because I'm pretty sure that's correct. For some reason, a lot of these figurines are only front-facing. No idea why. What is protruding there? What is this? Oh, it's her crooked-ass shoulders. Oh no, I didn't think about that. It'll be fine. Actually, because I haven't bonded the dress to the not dress yet, let me turn joints back on, and then just find the rotational flux point. Should be this one. Yeah, you, that fucker at 178 degrees. You need to be at 180. First, though, I need to unlock your fucking joint. Alright, so that fixes a lot of the random ass issues I was having. Oh, it's so much better already. Alright. Model is clipping here. Easily fixable. Let's fix it now. I mean, technically it's all clipping, based on the way I'm designing this, but you know what I mean. That did not help. There we go. Alright. Now, last thing we need to do is the collar of her dress thingy, her tie, and then legs and arms should be super easy. I'm not really going to do hands or feet, because I'm just going to do... Oh, fuck, the hair. Right, the hair. Whatever. I'll do the hair in a sec. Alright. Next task is the collar of her shirt. Still recording. Woo! Collar of her shirt should be easy. We're gonna hide head. We're gonna hide neck. So we're gonna project the neck, specifically this bit of it. Alright, there's 2 circles there now. Turn off the neck. We're gonna make a big ass circle. You round the smaller circles, but I actually don't want the biggest circle there. I want it more or less centered on her. Finish sketch. And then now we're going to need to put the head back real quick. I'm about to do something very stupid. Just bothering me a little bit. Let's just do that. Please don't break too much. You know what? Could be worse. Honestly, my next idea off the dome is just take a little off her dome. Not that much. Pull in a bit. Push downwards, not that much. And then we're going to do outwards, downwards, outwards, inwards, that way. Now down a bit, not that freaking much, negative 0.25. There we go. Alright, cool. Finish form. There we go. That fixes that. Now, this real quick needs to just be... Alright, we're just going to real quick go and just move this out just a little bit to fix that. Also, like that way, just a little bit to fix this off-centeredness. Alright, cool. Good enough. Let's just rewind that back to the present day. Anyway, now that we've got all that and fixed that up, we have that circle on the ground there that represents where the necktie thing needs to go. And then we're really quick going to go to the side here. We're actually going to make a plane that just goes straight through her fucking skull. By going like that, about, more or less. Anyway, then we're going to make a sketch on that plane. We're going to draw a necktie on. Just the general shape of a collar, really. Doesn't have to be anything too fancy. Just going to do that. Doesn't matter if it goes into her neck too much, because her neck is fully opposable, and I'm realizing this won't be, but who cares? Then we're going to revolve this plane around the axis that is... Sorry, not going to revolve. Sweep this along the path that is this circle down here. And you're going to see something beautiful happen. That is... collar thingy. But not the way I want it to, because of course why would it look like the way I want it to? Interesting. So this is an issue with the circle. It's just not in the right spot. So what we're going to do is we're going to do dimension the big circle off of this circle there, not that. Small circle, big circle. Put. Dimension this to that to be 0.27, and then we're going to make these points collinear. Hello? Line? Are you there? This line. Weird. Anyway, that should move the collar forward at least a bit, but it needs to be a bit more forward. Alright, circle needs to be bigger. Good to know. Four. Oh, beautiful. It lines up perfectly. Just what I'm looking for. And then... Why is this clipping? Why? I thought I fixed you. Clipping. Alright. Now we're gonna real quick. Grab that. Up and in. Not up and in, actually. Out and in, just so we cover up. I'm going to pull this inwards. Not in that direction, though. Okay. Alright, tie time! Because I feel like it. Because that's technically her whole dress thing done. Although I will probably put something up here. You know, let's just do that now, actually. Block. Cube. Actually, you know what? Cancel. Control Z. I'm just going to put it in the same form as this one. Alright, that should be enough connection points. And then, okay. My plan here basically boils down to grab this half, modify, pull straight in, cancel, I mean. What do I call this bit? Hide you. Pull you in to like there. Pull this in to like there. Turn you back on. Edit this. Put that to go like there. Edit that. That to go like here. Okay, cool. Finish form. Don't intersect. You wouldn't dare. Cool. That is not symmetrical. No, it is actually. Just for some reason, what happened? Why does this form get larger every time I fucking look at it? You. No. You. You. Alright, let's just edit this bit. Why this bit here? Why does that keep happening? let's just do that. Close, but no cigar. So, I'm also just going to grab this piece here, specifically that one. Hold it out just a little bit. There we go, that's all. It's so close. Alright, let's just modify. There we go. Functioning Miku dress. Now, it's tie time. It's tie time. We got a tie on this tide. Step 1, sketch. Boop. Step 2, triangle. That's not triangle. Polygon. 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 Now she does have a dramatically oversized tie. So we're of course just going to make a dramatically oversized tie. But like even bigger than the one she wears normally. Like I'm talking a glassive. Heck yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Point 3. Get that tie. Where the heck did my sketch go? Sketches, here we are. What are these bodies? What's those? Right, we probably should make the actual, like, dress thing. We'll just make that gray. Just give it a sec. I'll do it in just a moment. Turn that on. Just let me, real quick, tie. Alright, got those in. And then we'll of course join them to the spine. So we can combine this body with our target body of... Sorry, actually. We're gonna do this fusion. Let's save real quick. Where's the spine time? Spine time? Combine time? We're gonna have to hide that. Grab spine time. We're gonna attach that to it. Alright, cool. And now real quickly, while I'm remembering to do it, let us quickly edit the appearance. There should be a fabric option. Fabric gray. And we'll just edit the opacity to make it really quick. Alright, cool. And then we'll make this Miku blue. And we're just going to stick it on her real quick. And then I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to get finished. And I'm going to be done. I'm going to go to bed. I know I will need to sleep. Alright, cool. Alright, lock in. Lock the fuck in. Hit the dab, Miku. Good to see that system kind of works. I do want to just taper this off a little more by just doing that. Will this probably cause an intersect? No! What the? Okay, cool. Thanks, Fusion. Issue is then, like, you tilt her more than this, and it breaks. But, you know. At this point, I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit to keep my mental health going strong. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to make it so this pulls in. Never mind, apparently that controls the entire fucking hemisphere. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. Miku's just gonna have flesh lungs. Alright. Big tie going on. Just gonna joint. Honestly, I think it'd be really funny if we just, you know what now. We're going to just work joint it to the rest of the body. The outer bit. Or I could work joint it to her, like, flesh bits. Actually, that could be really fucking funny. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Why does that look so... Oh, because it's... I'm selecting it, so it's a different shade of blue than it normally is. Alright. Heck yeah, it's starting to look like Miku. You can see where it's going. The design is working, and that makes me happy. Now, real quick, we're going to get upper shoulder outs. We're going to hide spine time real quick. We're going to work joint these bits together. Where did our ARPIL joint go? Fucking lock in. Nope, not that. Alright, now just some simple stuff. Give her some J's. Oh, she actually wears like these tall boots. That'll be easy though. And her dress, which will also be easy. Her skirt, I mean. Of course. Actually, I'm going to real quick flare the base of this out just a little bit. So we kind of have it curving in right now. If this is actually going to be Miku, we need this to just whop. Now, one more form to create. And that's just going to be her dress. It's going to be super easy, like, actually. I'm just going to go bottom bit. Watch this, though. Watch this. We're going to go directly underneath Miku. Crazy. We're going to go out to, like, there. Where the fuck are the top and bottom? Never mind. Cancel that. We're going to use the quad ball again. Centered right here. Just going to expand that out to about like there. So it just fits within her confines. And then we're going to do that. Bros online. Cannot believe that. Shit, I forgot to upscale this ball. So... do that. increase face count drastically. Okay. Now, this is not going to be ruffled, simply because I'm about to jump to bed. Like, I'm so tired. So, here's the plan, basically. But, like, we're going to just take more of the ball and do that. Whoosh. Oh, so let's just expand. Never mind. Whoosh. Whoosh. No. Actually, you know what? If I just do this, and then just like modify, flatten, does that like, it doesn't air out. I can just like, then we'll make that bit the bit that gets out from under her dress. And then can I just like pull this? No. Okay, cool. I have to finish the form first. Okay, cool. It needs to be moved forward just like a little bit. Could just be me. And then we're going to go back to editing. Oh, I'm so close to being done. All right. Here. Grab that. Modify. First, actually. Symmetry. Poo. Pew. Okay. We're going to go. Yeah. Symmetry. Pew. Pew. Okay. Modify. Pull that in. Pull that down. Not like that, though. Just like this here, I think. Then we grab the rest of this. Pull it down to match. I think the skirt goes down a little further. Yeah, it does. That's fine, though, because you know what I can just do? I can just pull it down farther. Because this is not that hard compared to literally everything else I've been doing. Oh, beautiful flare. And we can just... Please don't... Oh! No! Where? Here? You don't like that? Just grab that line, I think. Oh, I can see why you don't like that. Actually, I don't like that either. It's piercing. Okay. Alright, modify. Just gonna pull you back in. Oh, fucker. There you go. Fine, I'll do the upskirt angle. I'm losing my damn mind. I'm just saying shit at this point. Yeah, baby! Never mind. Perfect. Beautiful. So close. Alright. Two things real quick. Edit this one. Just grab this corner here. Change my mind. That corner's a bad idea. I'm instead going to... Actually, no. Yeah, this corner. But then we're going to modify and just pull it in a little bit so it's less prominent. Less. Good if fucking enough, I guess. And then we're just going to pull out the back of that one a bit. Alright, and that shouldn't break anything. But, yes! Let's go! Excellent. Alright. Now, the last thing is we just need that bit to come out just a little bit more. Which, once again, should be as easy as point, yoink, and twist. Beautiful. Alright. Now we have about half of Miku. And the other half is her arms, which are basically just big cones. Actually, I think I can just make a cone, right? No? Alright, that's fine. What actually... Oh, she has sleeve thingies. Okay, yeah. Right, form. Box, click. Click there. Fuck, sure, why not? Alright. Here, there. Actually, a couple less there. A couple more here. Alright, cool. Now we have shoulder joints for Miku. Now we're going to quickly just grab, yoink, twist, and place. Right about there. Okay. Yoink, modify, twist. Yoink, pull in. Yoink, pull in even more. Or. Alright, halfway to a decent shoulder. Pull in this bit. First off, symmetry, 2. Awesome. Modify this bit. Give it like that. Then we'll just honestly just pull this downwards to actually be her armpit of her arm. And then that is not square, not square enough. Not square. It needs to be more rectangular, more rounder. Just modify pull. Sure, why the hell not? Should probably clipping there. That's fine. We fix that by just doing the same thing we've been doing. Yoink. Yoink. And twist. She's gonna have very square shoulders. This is fine though. Alright, if we now... What are you? You're the skirt. Alright, yeah. What is her skirt made of? It's black. Okay. Actually, I have a black fabric. Let's use that instead. Save real quick, just for funsies. Also because I'm pretty sure this is about to crash. Then grab the black fabric again. Whatever. Black silicone will have to do. Create components. Shouldered. Oh no, I'm starting to get over the lump of tiredness. I'm starting to be awake again. This is bad. Alright, 2 shoulders. Both independently movable. Or maybe not? What? Let's just hide this one. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing we did with the eyes. Control C, Control V. Alright, cool. Create Kai. Alright, nice. Let's hide that shoulder. Not that one. Sorry, my bad. I meant this one. That's the shirt. I meant that one. Now, these should be fully independent. We're going to just combine the... No, they're not independent. Alright. New plan. To be honest, I don't have a plan for this. I don't know why that keeps happening. Maybe just move copy this. And just create a copy normally. Then click OK before like mirroring or anything. Oh, now it's a separate body, yeah. Component for body. Declan, I really hope you appreciate how fucking stupid I am. This is a month-long project, and I am doing it in a night. Not because I think you'd appreciate it, though I think you will appreciate it, but because... Why the fuck not? That's why. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Right, because the arms are also linked together. No, it's not worth it. You know what? For now, I'm going to give up on her being movable just so I can go to bed at a fucking semi-decent time. I haven't even started on the hair yet. So... This one's gonna be real simple because I am just about done with this. Not cool. Why the hell did that rotate more? Yeah, there we go. Alright, I hope she'd be fully posable. That appears to be a job for the future. What in the actual... So, I'm just going to work on getting Miku done. And then we'll work on posable later. Gloves. Her gloves are black. So are her legs. Alright, cool. Alright, I've asked Declan for an extension. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. Hopefully this recording doesn't fucking corrupt. Alright, new day, fresh pair of eyes. What are my eyes seeing? Ugh. Nah. It could be worse. Honestly, I think I was getting pretty pissed last night. But I got half an hour so till Declan officially opens submissions. Thank you, Declan. Oh, wait, no, wait, go back. You just unrendered those freaking lines. Go back! But anyway, today's problem. Fix the arm. Yep, that's really it. Anyway, I'm thinking instead of using combine, we'll just use the as-built joint. And that should, yeah, not conjoin anything. While also not breaking anything. Excellent. And we're going to just hide that for a sec. Use a couple more as-built joints to clickety-clackety. Smickety-smackety. Now, I don't really have time to fix the clipping here or the angle. So, what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that is the maximum angle that she can bend her wrist for now. Because That's still plenty of angle. But it's not like, oh shit, oh no, angle. So that's like 8 degrees, give or take. 5 degrees, we'll go 5. So, we're going to just find this joint here. This joint, this U. Which joint is that? You are ball 9. Alright, ball 9, if that's even your real name. Ball 9. Yes, ball 9. Okay, hold up. I may have to find the feature in the timeline. Here you are. And then we're just going to fix our limits on the green one. No, not the green one. No, yeah, the green one. To be like 350 and like 3. Sure. So let's just make that 5. That did not do what I wanted it to do at all. You know what? We're going to fix it later. Now I'm getting a call from my dad. So let me do this. Alright, continuing onwards. Ever refreshed. I'm still in my interview clothes. In case you're wondering, the reason I had to go to bed early last night after being super pissed at this entire project, and the reason why I'm not on till 7:38 tonight, is because I had a chiropractor's appointment, a eye examination, a haircut, a interview, and a scholarship application all today to do. On top of a vector calculus test, and you know, I just had stuff. I was busy. We're just gonna pull that in a little bit, just in, and that should make the sleeve look a lot nicer when connecting. Sorry, did I say in? I meant out. Kind of more on the pull in. Elbozo. Anyway, grab those 4 corners there, and magic clay that just outwards a little bit, outwards a little bit. We want to still have a nice clean rotation, so we're probably just going to grab these lines, them outwards a little bit, and then do that the same here, just so we have a nice smooth curve. Nice smooth curve! A nice smooth curve! Yeah, there we go. I just want to make sure all my modeling stuff, or my stuff is still working. Now you can see that covers the arm pretty nicely. It's rounded on the back. And we will, of course, be applying the same black texture to that. Just let me real quick do... I think it's A is the shortcut for appearance, right? Oh, that's so nice. All right, let's just... Black piece of metal. And now, the reason I wanted to really do a joint in place after sleeping on it for a night is because I want different materials to be attached to the same bone, which means I'm going to need to joint in place. Except you aren't a component, actually. So, create component, we'll call you sleeve. Leave me alone. And then we're going to just go as built joint, click, clack, splick, splack. Hello? Hi, Miku. Hello. Why are you not movable? What part of you is pinned? That's really weird. Let's undo that real quick. Oh, too far back. Alright. I think what we need to do is actually as built joint this. Oh, no. Do not joint the whole skeleton together. As built joint. Whoa. Wait. Oh, now you're uncomponented. What? Right, component. Be a component. Alright, yeah, so that's correct. So now that this is a component, we should be able to just, as built joint, click that, hide it, click on the bone underneath, unhide it. Okie dokie. And then, yeah, there we go. Now you can see a little bone there, but I am far too late into this project to actually care about that right now. We still have to do all her legs and, most importantly, her hair. So, last form for the arms, and I am just going to copy paste these forms over, because I cannot be fucked right now. So, you know. Increase the amounts of that. Definitely going to increase the amounts of that. Maybe definitely pull this out to be about squarish. Now, something we can do is we can take it and make it about the width of our arm, which is probably around there. And widen it a little more because we're going to want to pull in on it. Or actually, let's just go with that. Now that we have this, our next step is going to be making her big old sleeves. She got big old sleeves. Hello, Fusion. Please cooperate with me. Alright, we're going to modify, and we're just going to pull out. Alright, and then we're going to do that, the same thing to each set of lines. And we're going to make her big old sleeves. Now, they're going to be pretty square, but like everything about this project is kind of jank. So I'm completely fine with it, honestly. Alright, now that we got our big old sleeves. Move copy. We're going to just yoink that as best as we can. Now I'd say that's pretty square, honestly, so we're probably going to use that. At the angle there to match the angle of her arm, because whatever angle we joint it at is going to be the angle that it holds at forever. So let's also just angle to be like that. Now that should cover up her arm pretty nicely as long as we just get the movement bits correct. Of course, we're going to clip it into her other sleeve in order to create a sense of flowy continuity. Boom. Nice. Now, of course, next step is going to be turning this into a component. I actually never named these. We'll call this Sleeve Me Alone. And this shall be called Sleet. Because I don't know, I'm running out of names, honestly. Anyway, then we're going to click Sleet A for appearance. Grab our black plastic. Boom diddly doom. Hands. I don't want to think about hands right now. Honestly, she just might end up not having hands. And that's fine. You know what? Miku's actually just got really droopy sleeves over her hands. Let's see. I'm looking up reference material right now. Miku. Not Minku. What the hell is a Minku? Miku, there we are. Hatsune Miku. Frick, she does have hands. You know what? Miku isn't a person, she's an instrument. So, I honestly think that it's up to artist interpretation, and my Miku doesn't have hands. Honestly. Now, as much as I'd love to just move, you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna move copy these, and then we're gonna do yonker rotation in there. Quick little rotation, silly little rotation, as a treat. Now, of course, these arms don't line up at all, so I'm just gonna angle that a little bit, pull that straight down, and more or less straight down, and then they're gonna angle that in as well. This way, not that way. No, okay. We're gonna be a little more precise with our this ways and that ways. So that's 0.5. Let's go do 0.25. Yep. We're gonna go up a little bit just so I can see where her arm actually ends. Actually, I think. Nope. No. All right. I also think there might be better. Yeah, that's way better. All right. Okay. Then we're going to do our joints again. Actually, I don't think I ever jointed this one into place. I did not. So let's real quick do that. As built joint. Here to there. And yippee! 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 This is actually starting to look like Hatsune Miku. I honestly did not think I would get this far. Control C, Control V. And we're just gonna whap. After we rotate that, we're going to just it over there. Now it's gonna need some major angular rotation, so let's match it up in all 3 directions. Right. And then how the heck is this thing being pulled? What the? You know what? Sure, pal. Whatever you say, big boss man. Oh, her sleeves are super mismatched. I'm gonna need to move that. Alright, that's fine. No, not that. Oh no, I've done terrible things. I do want to try to square these up a little bit. Not that it matters. I'm gonna have to give her hands, aren't I? Looking at her here. You know what? Hands are a last minute discussion detail. Let's just rewind to right before I made that joint. Sorry. Right before I made that joint. And we're just going to just a little bit. Stop doing it. Why? I don't get it. Why must you mirror everything? No. No. Just no. Click. Clack. Patty. Why? What is wrong with you? You know what? In theory, sleeve 2 should contain a body, right? That I cannot edit. Alright, we're living with asymmetricality. As much as I really don't want to do the hair, it's going to help a heck of a lot. So I think it's hair time. Let's do hair. What does her hair look like? I know the back. I know like the bits of her that is not actually attached to her head. And it kind of flows down around her face, all like frames her face. I'm begging you, please kill Hatsune Miku. Alright. We're just gonna grab a sphere real quick. Nothing like a little bit of spherical action. Wow. Alright. Now we're gonna give this spear hella polygons. Okay, maybe not that many. Hella polygons. That should be enough polygons to fuel the Roman Empire. And we're going to get mirror symmetry. Not mirror symmetry, actually. Yeah. Alright. Yeah! Be right back. And now for the part of the show where I pray to God Declan forgets what time they said they would open submission, or open voting. Alright. Obviously, we got a ball. It's got hella polygons. This thing is going to crash my entire computer if I move it incorrectly. So, let's move it incorrectly. Step 1, modify. I'm just going to pull it all in. Like, not that way. Honestly, actually, you know what? I think if we just stick with, like, kind of the blocky aesthetic we got going on here, I think it might be better if I custom build her hair out of just like triangles and shit, like I did with the tie. You know what? Yeah, that might be it. Alright, my mom walked in. Okay, let's see. What was I saying? Right, hair. Hair is going to be complex as schnitzed. So honestly, I think it might be easier if I just make a bunch of polygons and duct tape them to her skull. Where'd my image go? Hatsune Miku go? There it is. Alright. So. Her hair kind of runs out and over her eyes. I think if I just do like a very blocky, textured almost. let's just make some nice little panels. I'm gonna make a whole bunch of panels, and I'm gonna glue them all together, and they're gonna be Miku hair. And that's the plan right now. And then we'll make 2 big swirly forms with my magical putty clay in order for her big ponytail bits. Alright, step 1, big ol' line. Now, we probably should do this somewhat in place, actually. So, it kind of goes over the right half of her eye. Starts like here-ish. Kind of goes over her eye. And back down. Then it points. Point is there as well. And then, like, kind of comes back up. And then, like, she has another leaf petal of hair that's, like, here-ish. And then that kind of sticks out over it. Now, these are all going to be different shapes. I'm just going to use the same sketch as a reference to make a whole bunch of different extrusions. And then her hair kind of goes like that. And then we're kind of just going to have a nice big blob of hair. Kind of just looks nice up here. Because her hair isn't that... I can't find any fucking pictures of the back of her head. How hard is it to find reference images? Why is art hard? Stop it. I don't like it. Is there like... You know what? We're just going to give it like a page. We're going to do a front, a back, and then just have the middle be schnitzel. Schnitzel. Hatsune. Sorry, I'm still looking at reference image. We got the Hatsune Miku wine cork. Took a sip of my liquid caffeine. Anyway, she has one more hairpiece that goes kind of like here to her eye, and then folds up like that. And then there's the big old divot in the middle that kind of goes like just straight down from here. It's kind of like angular shape there, and goes like here. And then a panel kind of going from here to there. And she kind of swoops that one back, and most of the statues and bits that I'm pulling up as references here. So, we're going to do like a bit of this. Now you're going to have to trust the process here. This is all very rough design. This will look like Hatsune Miku, I swear. Right, is there any better side pictures of her head? You know what? Yeah, and then her hair really kind of goes out and forms to her head from there until she gets her ponytails. So that's the front. Please don't cry. That reminds me. Time to save. Alright. Now plan here is make all these different panels. Now we're going to start with these big face front 3 panels, and then we're going to fill in the panels from there. So now you can see. What the... We're just gonna like honestly have it go out like that. Make this a new component. And then okay that. We're just gonna grab it like here, pull it out to her face, and then face. And then I can honestly just round off this edge, probably most likely. But let's just lay that back a little bit so it still covers a bit of her eye there. Now I need to go to my sketches, turn that one back on. Now we're going to do this one here next. Oop, nope. We're going to want 1 inch. I think we're just do 1 inch out on all of these. And then we're going to move copy, modify this one as well. Pull that out. And now we're also going to angle these, of course. Honestly, I think it's something that this one is missing at the sec. That one kind of sticks out like her head from there. And then honestly, If I then just grab here, just like pivot this one just like a little bit that way, to frame our head just slightly better. Push in, not that far in though. Alright, next panel is going to be this one, 1 inch, new component. And this is going to be her big forehead piece. Now obviously these are just the prominent features, and once I actually, connect them together, it'll look a lot better. So, for the 8 bajillionth time, I'm prototyping. And then, of course, we have if I just turn off neck. Turn that back on. 1 new component. Angle it a little bit, just a little bit, to her head. Let's go top. And now, honestly, it may not look like it, mostly because this piece is actually way too far back. Hold up, 1 sec. Because this needs to go over her eye. Click. But that is all of Miku's really prominent hair features, kind of polygonified. And then I guess she also actually has, going back to the sketch, she also kind of has like this one that hangs down around her face, like here. And then that kind of figures off like the final big piece. So we'll grab that as well. We'll go out 1. And of course, new component. And then our extraordinarily rough outline of Hatsune Miku's hairstyle is completed. Now that we have that, we can focus on actually getting her actual hair in place, as well as the back of her hair. For the back of her hair, I'm just going to throw it down like to here-ish. Honestly, I don't know. Let's do the back of the hair now, actually. So let's turn off this sketch. New sketch on the plane of the back of the hair. We'll make it kind of align with that front bit hanging there. Because then we can do something like this. Let's do something real simple. Nothing too hard. A silly little pattern. We'll make it all one piece. One piece? Oh, sorry, what? And then, kind of make it match the front of her hair, more or less. Nice. Then we'll have this go out 1 inch. There's a new component. We'll have that pull back. And that is more or less the back of her hair. Alright, now all we need is all the bits in between, which this shouldn't be too hard, because what we're basically going to do is create a bunch more of these that kind of just layer them way back and kind of mix over each other. So I'm going to create a sketch in this plane here, side plane. And we're going to just make a cool shape. And we want to cover as much area as possible here. That's the main point of this bit. So honestly, I think it's doing a little something like this. And we're going to round this all out, so don't worry too much about that. Follow the curve of her head just a little bit. Now we have more or less an outline of the parts of her hair we don't really need that much. And you can already see, even though this is all one flat panel, even if there's like a little bit of angling, that already looks way more like a full head of hair. Especially with most of the connection points there. And it'll especially look even more like her hair once I actually dye it blue. I'm just kind of getting the pieces into position now. Now I don't want to do something too symmetrical for her other side of her head. Especially because we gotta actually, get her headphones and stuff on. Where's an angle of the other side of her head? There's one. Alright, so then we're just gonna go over here again. Create another sketch on around this plane. Now, important thing here is we got to build with her hair structure here. So it kind of flares up, goes down. We're going to have the same, a similar, but not precisely the same, out and around structure. We're going to make it hang a little lower this time, honestly, I think. And then go up a little bit. Down here. Maybe hook back up there. Curve outwards more here. Then go here. And honestly, we're just going to keep along this line here until we get back to the start. And then 1 inch, new component. That one's a little rougher. Actually, I think it doesn't look too bad though. Once again, we're just going to need to give it a little bit of angle. Make sure it doesn't poke through her head too much. And now we have Hatsune Miku with gray hair and a massive bald spot. Also, I need to do this little front bit here. That little front bitty, it kind of just like peels with the rest of her hair, honestly. But I think I can do better than that, and I can actually create a sketch off of this plane here. And just, do a little bit of hairline work, a little bit of down. And then we'll go up and in to like there, down here-ish to there. So maybe like here, I think, to there, back up to here, to there, to here. And then this kind of upside down crown piece is going to be one piece. I'm going to have that go just -1. Join, maybe? Not join. New component. Alright, and then the probably hardest part, covering the massive dent in the back of her skull. How did I not even notice this until now? OBS, are you still recording? You're still recording. Excellent. We're going to save real quick, because there's a whole bunch of new shapes. And then we're going to unbald Miku. Now, of course we're going to do it on the Gigaplane. What the... That's not what I wanted. So, we're going to do top plane, create sketch on the top plane. Top plane, or not. Actually, I didn't want to create a sketch on the top plane anyway. For me, I keep clicking on the big old rectangle. We'll create a sketch off the point of her neck. Alright, now we're gonna just kind of make a rough-ish outline of all these head bits. Gonna have it peak over here, come upwards even further over there. I'll have it come out a little bit there to give it more of that organic feel. Make sure we don't want to leave any holes, though. Dent in the back, because of whatever, who knows. Why here? Why did you put the sketch there, of all things? Where's spine time? This is why I name things, because I end up with shit like this. Spine time. Here's 2 bone specials. That's when I have the arms. Here's spine time. That is not in spine time, though. It's actually in Shakira and spine time. Did I ever actually... I don't think I ever actually jointed the... Hold up. Skirk. Spine time. And then we're going to just real quick extrude all of that. 1. Actually, we're going to go 2. First, we're going to make a new component. Just going to pull it out of her for now. And then we're going to put her spine with that one. Skirt and spine back. Now, this is at the wrong angle by far. We're going to want to angle it slightly less, a little bit less. We're also probably going to want to make it taller, because, yeah, it's still, her skull is still going to clip through there. But, once we increase the height of this, that is most of Miku's hair. Now we're just going to click A for appearance. And we're going to bluify it all. Holy cow, I was actually really not expecting that to work. I'm really glad it worked as well as it did. Big save point. Massive save point. Huge. Now, I actually might just chamfer off this edge just a little bit. To get a bit more of a unanimous feel. There we go. Yeah. Something with this corner here. Let's just give her a chamfer. Not that direction though. Chamfer off this edge just a little bit. Now that we've chamfered that edge, we can't go without chamfering this edge. There we go. Makes her hair look much better everywhere except for right here, which also needs a chamfer. We just do a bit of that. And then, industry secret, we're just gonna... No one will ever know there was ever any Miku hair sticking out of the back there. God. See, no one will ever know. You. Chamfer. There we go. And now we have some pretty organic, but still very blocky looking Miku hair. Just to kind of fit with the theme. Now, we need her big square things, which are actually going to be the easiest part of this project, because I can just put squares on. Her headphones. Once again, just squares. How do her headphones connect to her head? Or is it a mic? Is it a mic? How Miku? I'm starting to realize I know freaking nothing about Hatsune Miku. Oh, it's a mic! Okay. We'll do her mic next. And then we'll get to her big hair bits. So her mic sits around like the front of her head. So what we're just going to do is we're just going to create sketches off the side of her hair. And we're just going to make rectangles like here, here and there. But we're going to make some new components. And honestly, I'm just going to wing it at this point. Because Declan could call the competition at any minute now. Thank you again to my lovely cousin for hosting this competition. You're beautiful. You're excellent. Probably looks back about 1. Finish the sketch. All right. And then we're also going to do the same thing for our headphones. Except we're just going to go like that. And then because we just went like that, we can now go like this. And now that we've gone like that, we can now go like this. Now, I might be talking crazy here, but now that we've gone like that, we can go and slightly slant this back a little bit because I did not realize how angled these were. We can go like this. And now that we've gone like that, well, some would even say that we could maybe even perhaps go like this. I mean, now that we've gone like that, we might as well go like this, right? And now her headphones are one piece. She does usually have a mic, but nah, we're gonna be good without the mic. You know what? No. I still have to give her legs and hair. Let's do legs and hair first. We can worry about minute details to make before Declan calls the competition. Alright. First up, big hair. How to big hair? Great question. Let's talk about that. Step 1, magic Play-Doh. I didn't really have a step 2. Honestly, this is really all I've got planned. So we're just going to go like this. Because holy shit, this girl's hair is long. It's like that long. That's just kind of crazy. Now that we've done that, we're just going to pull out. We're just going to pull that out. Give that an equivalent amount of polygons. Alright. And now we have Miku hair stock. So now the plan becomes to basically grab this bit, modify rotate, pull it out, rotate, pull it out, and then we're going to rotate like that. This bit is eventually going to become the part that attaches to her head, right? Now that shouldn't break anything, hopefully. Please, Fusion. Please do not kill Hatsune Miku. Alright, now that we have that, we're going to grab the rest of this. Let's do that. Just a little bit of this. Just a little bit of that. Mixed with a little bit of this. Mixed with a little bit of... yeah, that's really it. And then that. Just a little bit of this. Mixed with a little bit of that. Mixed with a little bit of that. Whoa, whoops. I didn't mean to highlight that line. This. And then we're just basically going to keep that one the same. Narrow this one out. And then really narrow it down here and there. Alright, now that actually worked. So Hatsune Miku's big hair day is a go. So, of course, we're going to create a component from this. And we're going to call it big hair. Right, I should probably bind all of this hair to her head. All right. As built joint. Clickety clackety. No, I should probably attach them all to the head individually. So we're gonna save real quick. As built joint. Attach this to that. And then we're gonna attach. Can we get as built joint? Oh, it is in the toolbar. Wait, what? Where? Oh, there we go. As built joint. Alright, that's those two bits. There's our funky hair pieces. Then we need... Oh, wait, no, I actually need this one, too. Side of her head. The other side of her head. The top of her hair. The back of her hair. Or headphones. Alright, now, in theory, beautiful. I love it so much. It's going to take some work to finagle this thing, but hopefully it's all worth it. If I win this competition, Declan will get to pose Miku in any way that she likes, and then that's gonna be the reward, because I am so tired. Now her hair kind of, wow, why, what? Kind of do that. Not what I was expecting, but an interesting result nonetheless. Just pull this in. Somehow that didn't error out. Despite definitely should have errored out. But because it didn't error out, that's actually amazing, because this is like almost perfect Hatsune Miku hair shape. All I need to do is like dye it blue, make it 2, and add some glue, and then we'll have a full head of Miku hair. Oh, that's such a perfect angle. It's all coming together, folks. Stick around, you're not going to want to miss this. God damn it, they're still stuck to each other. Why? Why do they... If I isolate you, it still moves. Alright, that's fine though. So what we're going to do is instead, we're going to put this one in place first, and then we're going to mirror it and just not tell Declan. No one tell Declan. Declan, especially not you, watching the video. Do not tell Declan that Hatsune Miku's hair is linked to itself. Something mate. Alright, hold up. Fusion, honey, you're trying your hardest. But it just ain't good enough. There we go. Never mind, Fusion. You're my perfect child, and I love you in every way. I just connect to the side of her head, please. That's all I ask of you, Fusion. Okay. Okay! That is most certainly Miku hair. Actually, I think I went a little overboard on the schnuffling here. We're gonna need to schnuffle it a little bit less. But I do kind of just do that. Yeah, that's Miku hair. Heck yeah. Wait, what? He's the same body. Alright, anyway. Control C, Control V. And we're just gonna... Alright, I'm feeling infinitely better about this project as opposed to last night. As-built joint, we're going to weld that to her head. This is starting to look like Hatsune Miku. This is starting to look like Hatsune Miku. Oh, it's been 30 minutes over the deadline. Declan still hasn't called for votes, so I think I'm good. There are no new messages in the Art Challenges group chat. One more sip of cherry Pepsi to keep me energized for the next 17 hours. God, I love fucking being HD out of you. Alright, what the hell do her legs look like? I almost just typed Miku legs into my phone. This would have been a grave mistake. They're basically just her arms, but with legs. It's more of the black, like, sleeve thingies. They're just like tights, right? Yeah. Oh, her hair squares! I almost forgot her hair squares. I can't forget her hair squares. They're too easy to model for me to forget them. So, I'm just going to go on the top-down plan. And we're just going to make a little square. Not a little, that little. We're going to go like wow, wow, wow. And then, get this. We're going to use the offset feature. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Call me Vector, because... oh, yeah! 1. Do not intersect into her foot. Give me new component. Perfect. Now, in most renditions of her, I see she has 1 hair square. In a couple of them, I'm seeing she has 2. Or like 2 sets per hair thingy. But I don't think that is true. So, I think that 1 hair square should be good. Anyone who says otherwise is a false sayer and should be immediately executed for false saying false things in a falsehood manner. A manner of falsehoods, some would say. Does that make sense, or are you also speaking falsehoods? Alright. Ain't that beauteous? Alright, now they are red. Are they red? They look red. They're red. They're always red, like almost always. Alright, red. Red hair thingies. Hey. I don't think I have a plastic that's red. Nope. Alright, EPX68FR, if that's even your real name. Red. Red. Red, I say. I'm gonna call these hair tie. Okay, well. Hair ties. Hair ties own it 39. And then we're going to, of course, Control-C, Control-V. Capture the positions. 180 it. Maybe a little more than 180. Actually, maybe a little less. Maybe like a 90. Nice. And they're asymmetrical, which is beautiful. We're also going to joint these to the head. Just so the entire head is... Oh, no, I just got a message. Is a mobile bit. Alright. Now we got our hair thingies in. That's just my mom. I probably should respond to that. Alright. Okay, I'm glad this looks more like Hatsune Miku. I think the insanely oversized tie really helps me here. It is crazy oversized. Like, her tie is not normally that oversized. Anyway, legs. Legs, legs, legs. This is the last thing. Lock the in. And feet, I guess. But I'm just... oh my god, I have a model of a pair of Jordans on here somewhere. That'd be so fucking funny. All this low poly modeling, and then just... she's got J's. This is what I need. This is what Miku needs. Miku needs a pair of J's. No. I gotta not steal people's art for this. This is my own original work. Alright. We're going to whip out the magical clay 2 times more max. Or no, 3 times more, I guess, because we're going to need it for her upper leg, her lower leg, and her... what are they called? The bits... calves, her calves. Her calf... tights, that's what they are. Alright, so... Hatsune Miku's thigh... What? No, I'm joking. I'm not looking up in my phone. I'm not quite that stupid. Getting close. Getting close. No, that's not right. Because the skirt extends up to there. So we need to go up to this line here, basically. So we don't get any accidental clipping or, you know, visibility of Hatsune Miku's bones. Does it look about right? Yeah, it looks about right. Honestly. We're just gonna have this little nice cube here. Alright, now we're gonna real quick, just finish the form and drag it onto the thing. Does that look about proportional to the rest of her? Honestly, her legs are way too far apart. Oh no, that was not a good time to be realizing this. Oh, I think it'll be fine. What I'm gonna do is simple, really. I'm just gonna pull her legs super far in, and that looks about right. So when we mirror this, it should be just about like here ending. That should be right for her. And then her bones are just gonna be like smudged into her skin, but I'm sure it'll be fine. If you're wondering about this little clipping here, it won't happen. Trust. I'm gonna pull her skirt thing. What are they called? Tights. Her tights. Over that bit of leg there. Actually, I don't know if I need to modify this at all. Probably should, like, maybe widen it a bit at the top, so that way when we spin the joint, it doesn't, like, break. So let's just grab this. Do, like, a bit of that, maybe. Yeah. Then, oh, no, shit. Then just whop. And then maybe here as well, just to give it a little bit of continuity. Because, like, legs aren't straight. They usually bend pretty a little, like... Not like that. Like that, yeah. It's a nice calf muscle. There we go. Very square, but who cares? Once again, we're going to click A. Which one of these is my skin plastic? Was it that one? It was that one. Alright, cool. I still remember which skin plastic I've been using. It's good to know. Now, first things first, we got to make a tray component. Alright. As built joint, clickety clackety, smickety smackety. Oh, now the foot is the grounded bit, so I can actually bend it right now. But it will bend if we unground our foot. We gotta ground something else if we unground the foot, though. So, yeah. Anyway. Alright. I'm just gonna... We're gonna need to rotate that. What the heck? Where am I? Here I am. Because her legs are not intentionally like that. Okay, cool. Okay, the tie threw me off, but that is just about symmetrical. Then we're going to ARPIL joint these two together. And now... Well, the legs move. You're going to have to trust me on this one, because the hips are jointed, and the entire model is based off the foot. But the legs will move. Trust. Alright. Now, for our last little bits of magical clay, a couple more boxes. Going right about here-ish. Going like that. Increase poly count there. Poly count there. Where the hell am I? Increase depth. Mouth. There. There. We need to be slightly wider than her legs. That should be good. If anything ever goes bad, I'm just going to taper the legs. I'm not going to actually taper the, you know, the things. So, the tights. What if I pull in? Just a little bit. Just because, and then we also need to lift this up to about where's that joint happen? There it is. So we're going to kind of grab this one bit at a time and just pull up just a little bit. Alright, cool. Finished form. Now we just need to move that forward using our good friend the Move Copy tool. A little bit further forward than that. Alright. Looking good, Miku! Alright. Now we just need to dye that black with the appearancer. Nice. Now, I think I am going to have to turn this into to Declan without hands, because I'm now realizing I'm going to have to build posable hands. So Declan, please don't hate me. I had an interview, an eye exam, a haircut, a chiropractor appointment, and I have to pack for a wedding tonight. So, we could just say that she's wearing really long sleeves today, right? Pretty please. Thank you. Okay, cool. Alright. This is going to be sock 1. I know they're not socks, but I've already... They're called tights. That's what they're called. But I was about to say I've already forgotten what they're called. Alright. Oh, that's loading, but it was a great reminder for me to save my project. This project was brought to you by saving your projects. Do it. Do it now. Now, this is a symmetrical piece. Like, just by nature. So it should just, yeah. Yeah, they still look out. Like, her legs still look like they're out a little bit more than they should be. But, like, they also look like that on her actual, like, figures and models and shit. And drawings. So I really don't feel too bad about it. Why is all my Google in German all of a sudden? Is Miku, like, big in Germany? What? Why? No, ich habe die halbe Nacht. No. Stop. Okay, cool. Alright. 2 more forms. The long tights, which are going to kind of point off at the bottom. And her J's. Which, depending on how much fun I feel like having, could be really funny or really shitty. Or both. Honestly, I might have to keep with the blocky ass aesthetic I did with the hair here. But yeah. I am so fucking proud of that hair. Hair to 3D modelers is like what hands feel to 2D artists. And like, I know we have a whole bunch of 2D artists, including Declan, who may or may not watch this video. So, like, hair and anything with a shit ton of parts. That's where it hurts. Alright. Now it's surprisingly shrimple. Highlight. Modify. Yoink. Yoink. To just around bone size. Now, also, I can always just hide her bones, I'm now realizing. I don't actually have to be anatomically accurate to them. But whatever! Like that. We're actually going to expand this one out a little bit. So it fits slightly better. Pull up just a bit. Alright. Because, like, sure, this looks really bad. But I also have you consider that I can just, like, boom. Bones are gone. No more bones. I never liked them bones anyway. All they actually provide is structure. They are not visually pleasing. In fact, Miku's endoskeleton is probably the least pleasing thing I've ever designed in Fusion. I do need to be able to see it for just a sec, though. I'll come back left foot. Alright. While I'm at it, just remember to grab that, just to see how it look. It looks beautiful. This is almost Hatsune Miku. Alright, then, of course, we're going to create component. Sock lowered, and then as built joint to this to that. The only thing about these joints can only rotate in the one direction though, so I'm not too worried about them being offset. Yeah. I'm actually gonna make the form a little longer, just so it extends into her foot. Oh, Heath is playing God of War. You know, for someone with a... Did Heath enter the art competition? I don't actually remember now. No, he did. I forget what he did, though. I remember him telling me about it. But I can't remember, because he told me about it like a month ago, when people were actually supposed to be doing stuff for this competition. Instead of doing what I'm doing right now. Alright. Now that's all jointed. It is jointed. We're going to hide lower leg bit. And boom. Miku's socks. Tights, that's what they're called. Not like that. I'm gonna do that out of there. 9.5. Should be just about right. There we go. We're going to as built joint this to that to this to that. And then we're going to turn off lower leg bit 2. And we are so very close to Miku. We just need the J's. The most important part of any Miku setup. Oh god, does she wear heels? Oh no. Have I been modeling her? Oh god, she wears heels. No. No, she doesn't. She just stands on her toes. Oh, thank god. I thought I'd been modeling her at the wrong angle this whole time. Oh. Now, once again, I can only find frontwards facing pictures of Hatsune Miku. Oh wait, here's one where she's like sitting down. Oh, she might be wearing heels. You know what? You just like how my version of Miku has really long sleeves, my version of Miku is also wearing J's. I've decided. So, for the very last time, let's grab our magic putty. And let's make some J's. Let's get some J's going. Where the hell am I? Now these feet should be about proportional to Miku. No, shit. Come back. I don't know, they look about proportional. Her feet are really about the same width and length as her limbs. So, I'm going to definitely need to pull that back just a little bit, which is why I'm going to increase polygon count here and there. And also probably in that direction. Honestly, having just the one polygon could look kind of nice. It's going to give us that nice smooth look. So I think I'm fine with that. So yeah. Alright. You know, I really like to thank Declan for letting me get back into 3D art again. It's really been a bit of a while since I've been able to do something like this, and I'm really appreciative of the time extensions that they've given me and all the amazing work that they do, even if they don't finish my commissions ever. Let's pull that in. That's kind of a shoe. I think the issue with this issue is the issue. So yeah, big shout out to Declan for running this. It takes some serious guts to just wing an art competition. And while it may not have been the smoothest process, it sure was fun. And that's all that really matters along the way. So we're going to pull this up now. Give her heels some nice, well-deserved strength. Maybe a bit of tonal flare there. Oh yeah, there's a shoe. Well, if the camera cooperates, that's a shoe. And then just because her shoes have this cool little blue bit at the bottom, we're going to shrink that. No, that is not what I wanted to do. We're going to grab this. Just gonna pull her in. Finish my form. We're going to make one last sketch. Just along the bottom here. I ignored that. That angle. Place a circle here. Circle right about there. Couple of lines. And we are going to force my computer to do a little more math because I fucking hate it. So yeah, shout out to Declan. Shout out to my computer, which I honestly did not think was going to be able to render all of Hatsune Miku, especially with my terrible ass modeling skills. Shout out to... what's her name? The kid who keeps drawing moths in the chat. You. Not you. Not you're cool, but not you. Not you. Is it you? Not you. Who are you? Where are you? What is your name? What is your Williams? Williams. Thank you to Wubbums for giving me competition and also drawing cool art and making me feel inspired and shit. Anyway. One last detail here. Just want to do. So we're just going to pull this up a little. We're going to do a 2-form just because that is not quite symmetric. Pull that up to like there. New component. Because Miku has those blue bits at the bottom of her shoes. And this is going to be those on the black shoes. Alright, now there's just one last thing to do. You know, create component. Scroll to the bottom of the freaking list. Shoe sole. Shoe body. We're gonna as built joint the two together. And then we're gonna as built joint to the foot. Hide the foot. Right foot. And then we're gonna Control C, Control V. Because if anything about this is gonna be symmetrical, it's gonna be the shoes. We're going to as-built joint these two joints together. Sorry, these two joints together. We're going to as-built joint this to that. We're going to turn off the skeleton. Save our project one last time. And that, my friends, artists, and people watching this, is Hatsune Miku. Done by scratch. In 5 hours and a couple of minutes. More than a couple. Dear God. Thank you all for having me. And to all, a good night.